So guys, hello everyone and welcome to today's race in the Le Mans Virtual Series. We are out in warm-up. We have roughly 20 minutes, well actually 10 minutes to pace lap. And well, we will see how this will go tonight. For the time being, everything's running smooth. Just some final checks for me. Grande. And I hope that my FFP comes back. Noise. Yeah, so it is race time in the Le Mans Virtual Series after yesterday's good qualifying. We're starting in third position, trying to do our best, trying to be up with pace. Certainly gonna be an interesting one. Start's gonna be horrendously tricky, but other than that I really feel fine. Thank you everyone for the big good luck wishes. Really appreciating your time, really appreciating your company here. So this will be a 4-hour, well full 4.25 hour stream. As soon as I get off the car, sadly I won't be able to provide you with further onboards of the 444 machine, but we're then gonna join the official live stream, have a little bit of a watch party while I take care of the strategy of the guys, so you guys won't miss any action whatsoever and be 100% into the picture. Obviously keep updating you guys about the condition of our car at all times as good as I can, and then we just hope that we have a good fun tonight, that we have a good race today, and that we will enjoy everything and hopefully come home with a good result. As for strategy, I know you guys are keen and interested in it, but obviously not only friends watching, also contenders are watching, so we try to keep that as low and as frequent as possible, or as much hidden I want to say. Roughly 10 minutes to go. Pizza Frenzy man, how you doing, buddy? Long time no see. How you are? That crooked dash would make you crash. Why?
Race control to all teams. Any teams leaving the race server now will start at the back of the grid. Any teams leaving the race server now will start at the back of the grid.
Copy, we are not leaving. with a little bit of traffic. Scooty. Oh, those GTEs can come in on handy, really. Nice gravel output. Close. Also, guys, be advised, during the race I will shut down the chat. To not get distracted by anything, really.
Race control to all teams. We're now 5 minutes away from the start of the race. Start of the race procedure, to be clear.
It sounds like we're coming for box for final prep. So guys, we will do final preparations and then be back here in 2.5 minutes. So guys, we are back on the server here for the LMVS Tour. 4 hours of Monza. I have shut down the chat, so I won't be able to see what you guys say. But I hope you will be fine. I hope you will enjoy the race, and please, if you do appreciate what we do, if you do appreciate the sim racing stuff here around the LMVS Tour series, then please follow up on Twitch, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Would massively appreciate
20 seconds until race start procedure begins.
20 seconds. Stop the car, Michi.
10 seconds.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Boy. Yes, I'm nervous. Just
You want me to get the information from Sergio?
say again.
Nope.
You are asked to go into the server roughly in 1 hour. A bit longer. Two minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
Race control to all teams and drivers. 2 minutes. 2 minutes until pace lap. 2 minutes till pace lap.
I hear that gearboard.
It's my fault.
No worries, just mentioning. Usually I'm not too sensible with everything. But just make sure.
Thirty seconds to start the formation lap. If you could all join the grid immediately, that would be good to avoid penalties, because we are roughly at 10 seconds to start the formation lap. 4, 3, 2, 2, 1, start of the formation lap.
Race control to drivers. If you receive a penalty during the pace lap, please report this to your team manager, who can speak to us in Discord. If you receive a penalty during the pace lap, please report this to your team manager, who will notify us in Discord. You can safely ignore the penalty if you receive one, providing you let us know, of course.
Information to be passed on to Jesper. Everyone from P7 onwards down the grid is in medium, apart from P11. Top 6 are on softs.
Copy.
Okay, at this stage we require everyone to stick to grid positions, as done a while ago.
Also for strategists, we need to have a 20-second gap by the end of the double stint towards the medium runners. Better be 22. Approaching final turn now for start.
Good luck, good luck.
Okay, GT leaders, do not forget the gap is to be about 10 seconds, not more. I see that the GT field is a little bit more delayed than on the previous time. Do not forget, side by side until we cross the line. The game will start automatically for the LMPs. I will give the green on boys for the GTs. Okay, gentlemen. Green flag for the LMPs. GTs, steady pace please, steady pace please, no overtaking before the line, stick to the distance, keep the distance to the car in front of you. Start the race now, GT. Start the race now. Information to all teams. Information to all teams. Race start procedures are under investigation.
You're on the line, please.
Looking good.
Okay.
63.3.
Okay.
Sorry guys, it's causing too much lag.
Information. Pit lane car 966 under investigation for a possible jump start. 966 under investigation.
So P5 disconnected. Information to the pit lane, car 966, 966, drive-through penalty for a jump start. Car 966 has a drive-through penalty for a jump start. That's Pinto from P8.
Yeah, only Brzezinski in P6 now with the mediums left.
Okay.
There's a dead car with a rear wing. Yeah, I can't get rid of SimSync.
Don't worry, just maintain the pace.
You are doing a good job. Remember that they are doing a different stuff than us, so it's understandable.
Yep. Traffic. If that GTE would have just done the line GTE is doing Parabolica, then everything would have been fine.
Yeah, so that was unfortunate.
take that cheat. Fuck a. Yeah, nice. David, fuel check.
Okay.
Coming in 20.5.
This is good. This is good.
How much margin?
0.4. Last lap you were the quickest.
Ich sehe doch da schon wieder Issues. How often do I hit them guys there? It's ridiculous.
RAG, Jajowski has one cut, I think. They were fighting with Jesper.
Understood.
Information to pit lane, information to pit lane, drive through penalty car 888 for a contact with car 77. Drive through penalty car 888 for a contact with car 77.
Zandonovski.
GTEs and that. I can't believe it. Der Ascari, before Ascari, come on. Engine push push. Let's see.
Yep.
What happened to Jesper and
Not sure, to be honest.
never mind, we'll check after.
But it was good, we gained.
Yeah, we gained massive.
Contact between car 51 and 71 under investigation. Contact between car 71 and 51 under investigation. Contact between 71 and 51, no further action. Contact between 71 and 51, no further action.
Jonathan, roughly half an hour till we join the server.
Copy.
Lovely, that one defending Ferrari there. Erhan 5.5. Fuck's sake. Hey, Jinchigan is fucking traffic again. It's insane. 15 minutes. In about 6 or 7 minutes you're allowed to join the server.
Perfect. Good job so far, mate.
Yeah, things are not done yet though. Stay cool, everything's fine. Apart from that one GT that's defending every other GT is really pleasant. Er hat einfach nie Verkehr. Ich verstehe das gar nicht. Eight laps.
to the pit lane, information to the incident between cars 88 and 89 and 45 under investigation. Incident between cars 88 and 89 and 4, under investigation.
I think I'll join the server now, right?
Ja. Das ist eine Rotz. Remember joining a spectator, please.
Copy.
Information to the pit lane, car 88, drive through penalty for pushing car 89 out of the track. Car 88, drive through penalty for pushing car 89 out of the track.
Okay, I'm with you, Mishi.
Yeah, I selected you in the menu. Five laps. bräuchte nur einmal stuck irgendwo, nur ein einziges Mal. Das krieg ich halt gut. Jetzt.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane due to the way that the software works. Postponing the drive-through penalties for the end of the stint may cause cars to go out of fuel, because the system will impose the drive-through before it allows you to refuel. So if teams want to do the drive-through on the last lap, please be advised that you may find yourselves without fuel.
Gearbox at the end of the next lap.
Yeah. We will be jumped by the car behind, but the other cars should be clear of. You're sitting in cockpit view, yes?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Just leave there. Box is locked. I mean, we keep sitting there.
Okay, you need to walk me through it now.
What way?
I mean, I just full throttle and go. Shift, upshift first, right?
Exactly. As soon as you take over the car, that is when the countdown ends. You are full throttle and you will be ready to shift up to first. Because what was going to happen is the car will drop into neutral again, and then you need to shift up.
Okay, you'll start the car, right?
Exactly. I will do this in 5 seconds. Very good. Okay, remember pit exit line. Check on the traffic. So you're net P2. Car behind is for position. Enjoy.
Who is the car behind?
Is Rietveld and Yiffy both up for position. Okay, I will leave you now here. So guys, what a stint. We will now join the Twitch live feed.
Is David with me?
I will stay here,
Yes,
I will just leave the
I'm
server.
here as well.
Yeah, keep me updated on everything, mate.
And you guys are gonna enjoy the stream, I'm pretty sure. So that will be Fuse, that will be Dader.
Is Rietveld a pro?
No.
Yes.
Like pro sim or pro?
Pro sim.
Pro sim. And then we add a browser, we add direction GG, we put this like that.
Although João Paulo is Portuguese
Oh.
by birth, he is very much at home with
And
the
this,
Japanese crew
and then
of
we
the
start
station and Aston Martin.
interacting
And that is
with
the
it,
Aston
click
Martin.
that,
So it's gonna be
perfect.
interesting to see how that progresses over the
Put
season.
this over here, and then I mute this one. So guys, that is now going to be the watch party, and oh my goodie, what does my eye see here? I need a black picture for background, or I'm just smart enough. Where is the chat? Where is the chat? No, no. Are you fine though? Perfect, that's the lead for us. Is the car okay? Yeah, you are on the lead. Car's fine. Okay, keep doing it. Very good. Keep it up. Yeah, I do. Bear with me. He's on soft. Dennis Jordan is on the medium, Tom Latilo on the medium, and Ferris Stanley. Everyone else is on soft. I'm still working on the chat, guys. I will quickly go settings, and I will put the background on. I was there for over an hour, so I know. Guys, I'm sorry about the chat, but well, we have the watch party. So Gordon, is it Gordon or Gordy? Much has killed the car. Shame for them. Because Erhan was doing a freaking good job. Now, obviously, we got our pro driver on the car, so you don't hear the click, click, click. I do hear the click, 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 and I know everything will be fine as long as I hear the click, 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 click. Where is our team chat? There is our team chat. There we put this information. Right, so let's have a look. We're leading by, well, 4.5 tenths. I expect that lead to be soon gone, though. I will now have my live timing on and hopefully be able to understand what's going on. Hashtag soon. Whoops. Excuse me. Yeah, nice defending. But if he's so much quicker, just keep the car fine. Yep, great. Bear with me, guys. There you go. I'm looking for live timing. I got this now. Grand. I'm sadly not allowed to share, but we can have a chat. Pizza Frenzyman, thank you so much for your follow here on the Twitch channel. Much appreciating that. So let's have a look. This is hopefully all good as far as I can see. 36.5 is not considerably fast, but yeah, I'm afraid that he will lose the position. It's like Rietveld as a pro sim driver. It's just he should be so much quicker, really, and that is not respectively meant at all. Like Jonathan is doing a mega job right now. Kept it safe after Gordon Match has killed the car. Yeah, if he goes for a move, just don't lose too much time. That is actually the scene that we were so lucky with not to be killed. Oh, this time he's gonna get him. Oh my god. Yeah. Just keep doing what you do for the moment. Yeah, let him go. Alright, that's everything's fine. Next car is Yifi Yi, he's a pro driver. He's currently lapping 35.1. you're able to do that too. So that's everything fine. Just keep it easy with traffic and everything, and we're going to be good. Right. So guys, wow, I'm still a bit dead, to be honest. Well, not dead, but a bit shaken. Like it is a huge race. Stint. Let us have a fuel check over the line next time. Copy fuel, we are looking. Come back it to you real quick. What does your lap counter say at the top? No, the lap counter at the top. Okay. You need to save 0.4. Target is 3.8. 3.38. Hold on. Yeah, 3.39 is the target. What is your consumption? Yeah, if every like if it's too hot for you to do, you can go to 21. If it's too hard to do, we can go 21 laps. Copy. That's great. Yeah, keep doing it then. So small tip, already pit request. Uncheck tires. Then make sure you take fuel. 63. $63. Yeah. What is your fuel consumption again? Is that on the high side or on the low side? Okay. Yep, 63 is correct then. Yeah, standard. Just keep pushing. Oof. Guys, do you hear the stream, the official stream? Can we have a fuel check next time over the line again, please? Okay, okay. Then let me see. I interact not with that, but I want to interact with this. Then I mute this down and okay, keep pushing. And then let me see, how can I make this available to you? Ah, fuck it.
Pit stop. Mitchell de Jong leads in
Now you guys
GTE.
be able to
Pit
hear it.
stop for R8G, car number 18. Yup.
Bear with me. Yeah. Gonna be on sync.
As well for Team Redline, car number
Enjoy.
1, 2, 3. And I
You now
don't
will hear the shifting
think
sounds, but I'm sorry.
that I don't know. Yeah. Well, let's see who else comes in.
Oh, no, it's about right.
Yeah, I thought we'd be sort of close to both. But they are in. Did Michi Hoyer save a second lap of fuel, or did they only just go 1 lap longer? Didn't notice.
I think it might have just been the 1 lap, but again, we'd need to I will say Akshay Kirchhoff, on his way into the pit lane on that lap coming in, he did get a purple first sector showing that the tyres are still good quite late.
Stream should be fine now, right?
We're wondering whether we're going to see undercuts, overcuts, like which one's going to be the more featured part of strategy here at Monza. And the idea was that the undercut was going to be the better, because better tyre wear. Yes, you've got a heavier car, better tyres, be able to make some progress. Thing is, realistically, around here, if you're in a comfortable position, you've got a little bit of slipstream from the car ahead, and they're going at a really comfortable speed, you might as well just try and save a little bit of fuel, try and go for the overcut, and play the long game. Short-term pain, long-term gain.
Yeah. Track position, yeah. It's the track position are the 2 words you hear most often in American racing, and still it's a really important part of the game. You just had a quick little view of Kevin Siggy, the pole sitter for BMW Team Redline, following Pero Pev. Michi Hoyer saved 1 more lap.
Oh, Jeffrey refilled, so I closed the gap a little bit. It's 3.8 now.
Lap on the second stint as well.
Yes, his last lap was really slow.
Yeah, maybe traffic related. But your times are really good. You're gapping Yiffy, and you're perfectly fine. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's great.
A position or several positions, exactly. Yeah.
Well, a full tank is 30 seconds. Now, you think of how much they use over a stint. Saving a lap of fuel is probably not far off 2 or 3
Hey,
seconds.
Mikhail. Welcome.
And if you do that, if one driver does it and then the next driver can do it in one of his 2 stints, then suddenly, you're nearly 10 seconds better off.
Yeah.
So you can, that can make a big difference. Try and find those 2 seconds in a stint on track.
Exactly.
When we're looking at cars that qualified 1,000th of a second apart.
Yeah.
That's really, really hard. So anytime you can, without just poodling around in top gear at 60 miles an hour, that is the genius of it, is being competitive, being on the pace, being in the top 3 or 4, and still saving a lap on fuel. And that is sometimes why, especially early in the race, you say, okay, well, he can't make a move, he's not close enough, or he's not showing his nose. No, he's not.
Yeah.
He's using the slipstream to save tyres, or to save fuel, rather.
I'm pretty sure that's what Jesper Pedersen was doing on the rear end of Erhan Jofsky in the early stages. So I was watching him, he was looking, and I was like, he's not committing to going really for any of these moves. Obviously, have a good couple of looks and an attempt or 2, but again, it's just about sitting and saving the fuel. This car that we're focused on here, of course.
Okay, to confirm, 63 fuel, no tyres.
Yes.
At the moment, and just on the rear end of Pev, which, to be fair, going to give a bit of a shout out here to Team Project One with Butler Powell Motorsports. Actually had a sit down and nice dinner.
Boxen 4 laps, correct?
Motorsport.
Could be.
Yeah, this is a week ago. We were at the
Just give me fuel over the line
really
again.
nice, great group of guys, and they're doing really, really well in that car. Running in second at the moment, of course, strategy's still got to play out, but that is very, very solid. Pev's an incredible driver, especially in Porsche. He loves
Porsches. We've seen a change between the two Race Clutch Alpine teammates. Tom
Fuel over the line is 19.95.
Separated there by the D station car. ARC Bratislava
What
car
is your
behind
lap counter at
has
the top
just
saying?
come out of the
60.
pit, and I was just tracking. No, David Sitak is still at the wheel. So he started that car. So he's now in his third stint. So we have minimum
5 laps
and
to go.
maximum driving times. So the minimum is 40 minutes and the maximum is 120 minutes in the 4-hour race. So they must.
David, do you want to lap? Do you want that lap back so that we go one longer to be offset again?
Name.
I don't mind, to be honest.
I think we're not going to be offset anyway, since we're doing our short run now. And
yeah,
end.
you're right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole point of it, is so you have to do
Yes,
more
so I
than
confirm
one stint.
63
So
no
you either
tyres.
Put him in at the end and he does the last bit as well. Yeah, no, that's exactly what you want. You don't want it to be a no-brainer for the teams. You want them to have to.
Can you guys speak louder? Because I can't hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's
There's
no,
the
it's about on
89
time.
car as well. Jonathan Aberdein has been in the pits a long while. Did I not say he was in the pits a few minutes
The
ago?
Stroter needs to move out of the way, mate.
He's in the pits now.
Flash him.
Stepanko's in the pits for Team GB, but the 89 car going very slowly.
I think it skipped the chicane.
I don't have flash, Matt.
Oh,
Contact with
contact.
It's
So has he got the equivalent of a
headlights
front
on and off,
puncture?
but never mind.
Dear, oh
He will
dear.
go out of the way, and you will
So
box
who's
soon
driving the
anyway.
Rocket Sports car.
Might be who was it? It was Jan van der Heijden, maybe?
Alex Buncombe.
It was Al Buncombe.
Yeah.
So Jonas Raivio did used to drive, probably about this time last year, maybe a little bit before, did used to drive the Zancho Sim.
Oh, I lose so much fucking time with this guy.
Run Rocket Sim Sport. So I don't think he's teamed up too much with Al Buncombe, but particularly his teammates, Jan van der Heijden.
Thank you, Gianmarco.
They've been teammates.
You're getting into the car now?
racing quite a few
Or
times.
have you been
Brown
on the car?
Joined just as Jonas Raivio departed
Okay.
that team, and very recently picked up a drive at the BS competition team run by Florian Harsper alongside the likes of Alan Terzic on the rFactor 2 side. They more focus elsewhere in sim racing, but Alan Terzic and Jonas Raivio being their rFactor 2 drivers alongside the likes of Mohamed Patel and Kelly D'Alessandro, who drive the Marla car.
Florian Husper's been involved with BMW's real life racing teams as well for a large number of years. Driver change in the 55 BMW Team GB car. So who's got him now?
That's that race clutch in. Yeah,
that's Keithley. Yeah, so he's taken that one over.
Can I do a fuel check over the line?
Where have we gone? It was Martin Stefanko who started. Jack
You're more than
taken
good, to
over,
be honest.
so
You have
that was
over
something
3 liters of
Krogan.
margin since we go a lap
Pro
shorter.
will take over later. There is the BMW Team GB car that is on its out
We
lap.
will box with roughly
Jonathan
3 liters
Aberdein
left.
in the pits for Tesla
62 laps, 13.10.
car, so he will probably be out. Dane Warren also in the pits in 88th
13.10.
Proton. That car in 9th place currently, and so that will be likely a driver change as well. Dennis Lind is in the 111 Red Bull Racing machine.
Yeah, you box in 3 laps, everything is good.
Mitchell Dion leads from Kevin Siggy. And
Need to be a bit more careful with next one.
Team Project 1 on board with Jack Keithley. Great view out through the window bars. A little wave there on camera.
He does always like. I've watched a lot of racing from Jack Keithley, and he always likes a really low camera angle. This thing is, to be fair though, with all of our camera feeds coming in from all of the drivers, I do like seeing some more interesting. It's not the side-on view there. You can see his rim. Yeah, okay, cool. At least get inventive with it. You know, find something different. But Keithley's. He does a bit of endurance racing, but he's very much a touring car driver. Absolutely does. Loves touring car driving. But watch out for this driver. Obviously, it's a little bit of a while away. When we go to the Nordschleife, in sim racing terms, in touring cars and such, regarded as one of the best around the Nordschleife. So very much a driver to keep your eye on a bit later in the season.
Right. Now, they stopped earlier. GT pit stops are fully underway. Mitchell Jeong in from the lead and Peropayev in from third. Team Project 1, in fact, from third and fourth. Both of their cars now in the pit lane. Kevin Siggy leads. He stays out. Jonas Raivio in the BS competition car. He stays out as well. So 2 BMWs, as we saw before, going longer than some of the Porsche rivals. But the BMW Team GB car of Jack Keithley here has already left the pits. That came in a couple of laps ago. And there are also, well, pit stops underway.
Yeah.
Race Clutch Alpine, both their cars have been in. Axel Sports have been in as well.
Ah, I see.
Driver change as well
Bringing the
for
car home
Axel
then,
Sports.
Gianmarco.
That
Steve,
is Ali
we're
who's
doing
taken
goody.
over.
Currently
So
leading the race.
that is the 21.
Okay,
Axel
refill
Sports
box.
car.
Are they short fueled?
So, Muhammad Ali.
I can do another lap after this, I think.
Don't
You
know,
box in lap
so,
65.
I think, Josh Perlman
Lap
started.
65.
I can't remember. It must have been.
So when the counter says 64 point something, you box.
Perlman's actually a really, really good driver who's in that car.
What is your counter
quality
saying?
sim racer was really
63.5.
back in
Yeah, you cross the line
2019,
one more
really
time.
is a superb driver. We're
Tell me
looking
the
here
fuel
on
load
board
when
with
you go over
Keithley
the
promoted
line.
up into second position here
Copy.
now as our race leaders have come into the pit lane. The number 70 is down, and then they have gone for a driver change. Mikkel Smedo, the Czech driver, is now behind the wheel.
WRT in the pits as well. Marla Racing Team in the pits as well. Fordzilla in the pits. ARC Bratislava in the pits. David Zatak may well 120 minutes. Yeah, he's 15 minutes shy of his maximum driving time.
Yeah.
So
They're getting
that
close.
comes well for them.
Yep.
So he may.
David,
That will probably be the end of his
Yes.
race because
most
they're
of the
unlikely
guys
to
did
put
that
him in
triple
just for the
stint on
last
the
15
soft.
minutes of the race.
Yeah.
That doesn't, that
Oh no,
doesn't
wait,
divide
they
up
did
very
take,
well.
they all dictate
Honestly,
tires.
dominating by
Never
such a
mind.
level that you could come into a pit stop, clean the car up, and get ready for the media, which I
Yes.
have heard stories of, but
Okay, I'm boxing this now.
yeah, probably less so.
Well, yeah, it used to happen at Le Mans sometimes when people had 5 or 6 laps. They would actually park the car
Again?
and wash it and polish
You
it.
box
and
this
then
lap?
head out
Yeah,
to the
box
last
this lap.
lap to
Fine,
take
though.
victory and have a
63.
lovely clean car, because of course
And no
any car that's
tires.
shiny and clean looks like it's won the hardest race in the world.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, that stopped.
It's
that
with
stopped a few
Elo.
years ago. Not
No,
only because the
not
racing
going
got
to be
tighter,
back
but
in the
also
car
because
today.
People realised that fans wanted to see a car that looked like it had survived the toughest
a dirty
endurance
car,
test
yeah, yeah.
possible. Exactly right. Jonathan Aberdein, then our race leader for the Alpha Industries by Collis Burst car. And Yiffy Ye, as you say, for GPX Rebellion up into second. Of course, Yiffy Ye here racing for GPX Rebellion in the real world won the European Le Mans Series title with WRT last weekend, and he's racing against WRT here this weekend.
Yeah.
So it's all sorts of interesting dynamics, and like everybody else, you know, in the bizarre world that we call motor racing, trying to dovetail different programs together to make them all work. You see so many Formula E drivers, for instance, racing in World Endurance because the two have tried to make sure that their calendars don't clash, and so you get some really good talent pool being used by teams in both championships.
Yeah, I'm in the pit.
And you know, exactly
very good.
the same in the virtual world as in the real world. You want to try and, if you're a racing driver, you want to race every day you can, because
Yeah.
that's what you enjoy doing most.
When do I
so
start
that's
the...
racing.
Oh
You
shit,
can.
somebody came in front of me.
Whenever you want, just load it up and give it a go. Oh,
Oh,
that's really
fuck.
bad. That should
Oh,
not
they
be-
parked
that
in
has
front of
just
me.
Yeah, you need to
the,
reverse. You
the
need to
Bicolis
reverse.
car. That Williams
Just
entering the
very,
pit lane,
very
contact's on.
carefully.
You've got to be aware of it. So now
When
we're
do I-
in
when
the
do I-
Cup. did
You put
see,
in neutral and
that
reverse.
Aberdein-
Okay.
Information to the pit lane.
Shift
Car
both.
31 slow on track. He's missing the rear wing.
His WT
Car
Pull both
31
shifts,
slow
put
on
in
track.
reverse.
He's missing the rear wing.
I can't reverse out, mate.
Car 31 slow on track.
You can.
There's a car behind me as well.
It really is. Isn't it?
Then
So we're just mentioning.
Ah,
Mate,
leck
I'm
mich am
stuck
Arsch.
in the fucking thing.
Yiffy in the pit lane for GPX Rebellion. Jonathan Aberdein in the pits as well.
What the fuck? There was a car in front and behind me.
Yeah.
Bicoles. So both Bicoles cars are in the pit
are we
lane.
going again?
Yeah, we're out,
Le
but
Mans
we lost so
25
much time.
virtual winners are leading Louis Delatraz,
Let me
but
check.
the WRT car,
That's having problems.
yeah,
big
that
ones.
is going to take a long time to get back. Arne Skonfleet started that. It's Marco Saup who's at the wheel at the
fuck
moment,
me,
and then
Alter.
Lasse Sorensen is their pro, and again that car crabbing really badly, looking as evil to try to get back to the pits as Gordy Much in the R8G car, but with a little less distance to go, at least when you picked it up.
We're
But
behind you.
you sense that probably got spat out of the exit of the Les
By how
Mills,
much?
If not,
2 seconds. Maybe 3.
That, I'm not sure
Yeah,
where
we
it
should
was
have not
to do, we
shortened the
just caught the
stint.
end of it. Let's
That's
take a look again in pit lane. Oh, it
could
was
have
in pit
happened
lane.
to
There we go.
everyone.
Here's Team
No!
Fordzilla through. Oh, and there is contact. I think that might have been Luke Browning.
That's the Fordzilla car.
Yeah, it was Fordzilla. Luke Browning trying to go inside the pit wall to try and get a better line.
Yeah, never mind.
And
Nothing's
what did we
broke.
say?
Yeah.
You can make
I'm quicker than him. I'll
contact.
try and
The problem
overtake
is,
him on track.
in a sense, Browning's made that contact before the
don't
contact
take
was
any
made.
Car
risk.
31 in the
To a box.
pits.
They're
31
repairing.
in the pits.
Because
Car
the
31 in
WRT
the
car was
pits.
stationary.
31 in the pits.
Yeah.
Because-
However, I think Browning is going to run into a major penalty.
I think
However,
Freitas
but
might
again,
come
as you
involved.
say, you know, the innocent party, WRT, busily parked, minding their own business, watching the fuel go in, and then bang.
Yeah, it's not. There's WRT couldn't do anything about it. And the thing is with that rear wing is that it won't put it back on. Here's a battle for position.
Yeah.
There is FDA and Proton competition are going to go side by side, and Proton making that move stick
Yeah.
in the 88.
So-
Dylan Pereira behind the wheel now.
Yeah, the Luxembourg driver ahead of Nick Nielsen, the Dane. So again, you know, and Dylan Pereira racing here in the virtual world, races in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup in the real world as well. So he is a pucker, top flight Porsche Super Cup driver, one of the best in the business. And if we don't see him in the World Endurance Championship in the next year or two, I should be really surprised. Again, you know, a championship candidate this season, race winner this season, like he was last year. So, you know, he absolutely knows what he's doing, both in the real world and the virtual in the 911.
Yeah, let's take a look at the first move that the 51 was putting on. This is on the Team Project 1 Butler Power.
Yeah, I'm 7/10 behind you now.
Car, and so
Yeah, okay, never mind. It's just 3
oh,
seconds.
That was naughty. That was very naughty from Nick.
What?
Nielsen. That
We just lost
pretty
3
sure will
seconds.
attract
Let's
the attention
just
of
make
the
sure we
people.
don't lose more time.
Well, Nick Nielsen got through and then...
What should I target on fuel consumption?
3.45.
Just ease the place
4.5.
back, just to, you know, didn't gain an advantage long term. I did give the place back. You know, that's one of the things that again, we talked about spatial awareness early in the race. It's as important in the virtual, even more difficult in the virtual world than it is in the real world, because you don't have sort of the sense of the noise and the feeling of the other car around you. But it is still absolutely critical to the drivers.
Yeah, we can. Well, I'm sure I'll be going into this a bit more later in the year when we go to when we do Le Mans Virtual. But obviously, people race on different things. You can race on a single screen, triple screens, an ultra wide, and all these words and stuff. Yep, great. Virtual reality. Most drivers will race on a single monitor, which gives absolutely no peripheral vision as to what's going on.
Yeah.
It's the best drive on triple screens, because then they can at least see a little bit as to what's happening to the side of the car. But like you say, it's not as if you're sat in the car now. You still have to learn how wide the car is, how big it is, how much space, how long the car is.
How long it is, yeah.
Which I can tell you something from sim racing. I know this is true in real life as well. Mirrors lie.
Yeah.
They lie a lot, and you go, yeah, and I got it, I'm turned across. In fact, actually, I'm a Scampy, obviously the WRT driver. I think Erhan Yoffa, actually. I destroyed both of them on a race start. We were doing a touring car race at Le Mans Bugatti, and going up towards Dunlop. I thought it was just me by myself.
No, we don't have a driver on board cam.
First, won't be
Sadly.
last.
No.
So ARC Bratislava in a battle with the race clutch Alpine car. Kuba Vespicki right behind Evan Nemchek, and working through traffic, the ARC Bratislava car trying to find the gap, but he's giving away a toe. Oh, the Alpine going outside, now looking inside. I don't think that's going to happen. And you don't want to overcommit going into Ascari. You want to be perfectly placed on the exit, and in fact, he did overcommit going in. He's a little too far behind the ARC Bratislava car as they come out, because there was another P2 car in front. There's an actual motorsport car behind as well. So yeah, there's another car towing up behind him that he kind of wants to avoid getting involved as well. So that Alpine is, between a rock and a hard place at the moment.
Fuel check,
the
please.
car in front, the Red Bull Racing car, Dennis Jordan, this is a three-way battle for 10.
5,45.
So,
55,45,
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely for points, yes. So there's the Red Bull car in a fairly easy to spot Red Bull livery, bright yellow of ARC Bratislava.
Okay, good on
as
fuel.
ever
We
was.
certainly
The
need
French
to make
blue
it
of
to
Alpine,
lap
the Alpine,
83.
the depth
That
blue
is
of
minimum.
Alpine, which is strictly where the colour comes from.
You're currently
The
set to
Axel
box lap
Motorsport car
83.
behind
Everything's
is
good.
a lap behind. So in fact, he is chasing effectively Gordy Much in the RSG car. That's in 15th place, so it's not part of this battle. But is going effectively as quick, and so could be a real problem for the Alpine if the three cars in front hold themselves up as they are, or get held up by traffic as they have been by the GT car. Then suddenly the Action Motorsport cars will go, well, I can't get out of the way, I want to come past. And so suddenly when you're in the Alpine and you're battling for position with the cars in front, what you don't want is somebody who's a lap behind you or multiple laps behind you getting in the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you'll be keeping your eye on and thinking, obviously in this scenario, thinking, looking at Elite being like, please don't.
Go away.
Dennis Jordan's like, oh, let's just find as much traffic as possible so I can pull away. And right there, Dennis Lind, of course, not only teammate in Red Bull Racing Esports, but obviously actually their team manager is Dennis Lind for the Red Bull team here. Just helping, just assisting there in the GTE. And yeah, but very, very close for them indeed.
Absolutely. Battle for second. We're looking at Jonathan Aberdein, led a little earlier in the last stint. Yiffy came out of the pit stops with the race.
Information to the pit lane. Information to the pit lane. Incident between car 966 and car 31 under investigation. Incident
yeah, the shifters are really loud.
966 and car 31 under investigation. 966 and car 31 under investigation.
And that's Team Fordzilla and the WRT in the pit lane, so I'm pretty sure that's a slam dunk there.
I don't think he's getting away with a slap on the wrist for that one.
Hello,
that
Ricciardo.
Massive mistake. 5 cars out of the race so far. The number 5 Williams Esport car, Yas Heat, the number 49 machine. 65 Palace Racing, again, we lost them early on. GR Wolves 87, didn't see what the problem was for that car. Did he got involved with the Gordy Much incident? I don't think he did. And Job van Uytert for R8G Esports. The 18 car came into the pits a few laps ago, 10 laps ago now.
Doing a really good job, man. Keep it up.
Has not re-emerged. I'm not sure quite what the issue was. You sense that is probably a connectivity issue of some kind.
Mate, if I could just get past this fucking Yee kid.
GR Wolves 86, 30
losing so much time.
Yeah, your chance will come. At some point, traffic's gonna spice it up, and then you can send it.
Lap 70.
You're doing good.
We approach the end of the 2-hour mark, or the 2-hour mark. So 5 minutes.
So now you
to
can
go
also
to
see the
halfway
picture
here
to the
at
shifters.
Monza. Race 1 of the
RAG is
virtual
dead, I
series.
think. They crashed with Gordy Much.
Jonathan Aberdein in 3rd place, chasing Yiffy. The gap has grown just a fraction.
Kirchhoff's just behind him according to the timesheet though. So I'd say Kirchhoff is knocking at the door after setting some very, very good laps.
What tires is Atse Kirchhoff on?
I can't tell. I expect soft, everyone on soft, I
himself.
guess.
So he, a podium is very much there for the taking. Race winner, Mikkel Smeedel and the real team Hydrogen Redline car, they've, as near as makes no difference, gone at this point. They're over the horizon, they've gone away. Maybe they'll be able to get dragged back in a bit later in the race, but right now the focus is on grabbing second and then focusing forward from there.
Yeah, because they're 15 seconds away, but then 1.1, half a second.
No, Riedfeld,
that's under a second.
that is Team Redline.
11th and 12th, that 10th
With Michael Smeedel on the car. It's Smeedel and Riedfeld, and then the pro driver will take over. Is that Runkadeya in the end? Could be Runkadeya, can't remember.
Change there. Well, Gordy Much appears to be on an outlap. Jesse Krohn in 38. The Jota Sport car also on an outlap. Jesse Krohn, again, a late substitute, very late substitute in that car in 38.
What you mean, Victor? You mean about them being the decisive factor? Yeah, that could be. But to be all fair, Jonathan is doing an outstanding job so far. Times are looking good.
Information to the pit lane. Information to the pit lane. Car 966. 1 minute stop and go penalty for causing an accident in the pit lane. Car 966. 1 minute stop and go penalty for causing an accident in the pit lane. 1 minute stop and go penalty for causing an accident in the pit lane.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the bare minimum, really, isn't it?
Right.
Now, you said about the WRT car number 31, you said that wing will not be replaced.
It wouldn't have been replaced in that stop because essentially the way it works is the stop has already begun, so you can't really adjust it as it's on the fly. So you would have to.
So I'm sorry, guys. Quickly grabbing a coffee because I need one.
Which,
and
the way it's done. Here
Yeah,
comes
Jonathan just got a couple of laps to go in his stint.
Let's see if he's going for that move. He is going for that move. What a move as well.
Aberdein got held up in traffic there, and when you're off the throttle coming out of a chicane rather than on the throttle, suddenly basically you've selected reverse.
Yeah.
And that's where the driver in front has to be very aware of what the traffic is. Just as when you're on the motorway.
Oh, what a race so far. This is so difficult to oversee though. Like, it is something entirely different than Virtual Endurance Championship, because in Virtual Endurance Championship, you know your other drivers, you know everyone knows the game, and here you always have that little bit of an insecureness because of the pro drivers not being so familiar with rFactor 2. There may always be something popping up that you haven't thought through before. And yeah, let's just hope that doesn't happen to.
All motorway accidents happen. Somebody didn't notice what was happening in front of them. So you've got to read the traffic and then judge not only what the traffic is doing, but what the guy that you're trying to overtake is going to have to do as a legacy of it. So it's a sort of double jeopardy. What's the slowest car going to do? What's the next car going to do?
Yeah, back when I was doing endurance racing, I was always in the highest category, and that is not a thing of my skill. I'm not that fast. It's more so that I actually would say that in some cases, the higher category is the easier one to judge in traffic, because you're the one that instigates the move. It's your responsibility to do it in a clean and safe manner. And what you'd end up doing when doing it is you'd get your timesheet, your not live timing, but you've got your delta engaged to the next cars and whatnot. And you'd get it to so it would tell you when the next car's going a lap down, etc. And you would be looking at it thinking, right, there's a GTE that's 4 seconds ahead. I'm coming through Curva Grande. I know that I'm going to catch it at Lesmo 1. So I want to back off a little bit so I can then get in as I've left Lesmo 1, so you're losing less time. That traffic management is critical at this level. If you don't have that in the LMP, you're done. You're basically done. And
again, like in the real world, so much of that comes with experience. You know, again, like the mirrors and the periphery thing, it's almost you get a feeling for it rather than an actual, deliberate thought. It's just, where you have to place the car. And that you can't buy it, you can't read it, you just have to feel it, and you have to learn it. You have to learn it by repetition. And a lot of what makes a racing driver is having crashes and then learning, and then backing up from having crashes, learning what caused it and how to avoid it properly. Another good little battle here, Porsche versus BMW, the Tesla car. Simon Pilat trying to pull out from the slipstream of Luke Hartog. Couldn't quite get by for 11th place. We highlighted that as them only being half a second apart a couple of laps ago. It's barely a car length in it. And again, the P2 car going around the outside, he's okay there, Luke Hartog in the Porsche in Curva Grande, because there's room around the outside. If the P2 car had caught them 6 or 7 seconds later and just jumped in front here into the Roger, suddenly the Porsche's squirreling around because he's trying to have to slow
check
down
over the line,
to not
please?
hit him, and then the door is open for the BMW behind to try and take advantage.
Yeah, Hartog's made a move on Pilate quite recently. Literally, I think a lap ago, we were just catching him in the back of shot running down into Ascari, very, very close. So that position has switched. And so now, obviously, the Proton competition car that's run by VRS Co-Anda Simsport is going to try and light the afterburners and pull away. It's the battle for 11th spot. You obviously want to eye up a little bit further down the road than that, but realistically speaking, that is all well and good. This is a bit further up. This is the battle for 3rd, and I think Jack Keithley has just got through fairly recently on Nicholas Hillebrand, who Hillebrand is a quality driver. This team, I'll be very honest, and I
fuel is 35,11.
I wasn't expecting them to fight higher than.
And your lap counter says
74.
To say that they're
74-0 now.
Yeah.
Is amazing. They are doing such a good job.
Of course, we are only halfway through, but Hillebrand for Team Project One in the kind of Mentos livery that you see in the GT Am class in World Endurance. And this is going to be a replay of the past. Yeah, again.
How many more laps? 10.
10 laps to go.
Outbraking himself under pressure and around the outside into Lesmo 1, the BMW Team GB car of Jack Keithley. That's
incident between car 51 and car 57. Incident under investigation. Incidents between car 51 and 57 under investigation.
Yes.
51 and
Your race, your last stint might either be
Well,
20,
51 is
21 or
Nick Nielsen
20
in the FIA
laps.
Ferrari, 57
I guess
Remy
21.
Butler
I will
in
do the calc.
other Team Project 1 car.
Yep.
Now Bruno Spengler has got ahead of both of them. Dylan Pereira has just got ahead of Bruno Spengler, and Josh Rogers has got ahead of Rennie Butler as well. Josh Rogers is now in the 92.
No, Lexar, I don't.
So that happened at the last
sadly,
stop.
I don't.
Mention that. He's a
I can
double,
send you the replay of the
Porsche
server,
Tech
maybe.
Work,
But
Super
we
Cup
never
champion. He is now
really were
8th
aside,
in the GTE
apart from the start. But if that
And the
is
thing with
sufficient for
Rogers
you, I'll
is
send it.
he's arguably one of the best drivers in sim racing as a whole, in the sense that he's won major series, either a race or the series itself across
Do you have the
all
mod?
of the major platforms in sim racing, arguably the very best. And of course, our Le Mans virtual champion of last year. So they're a quality team, struggling a little bit, down in 8th place, but still working their way back up. There's still 2 hours left to go in this race, halfway through, plenty of time to go.
Exactly right, we barely started. We've still got a full Grand Prix distance and change to go. GTE cars come through, the Jota Sport car, I think that is the last running car in LMP2. Yeah, 38 car, Jesse Krohn at the wheel, driving from the States. Again, you know, as we saw with the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual last year, with drivers literally across the globe, that is one of the factors that virtual racing brings, is you don't have to bring everybody together in the same place as you do with a physical race meeting. They can be racing
Yeah, sure,
remotely.
I'm trying to.
And of course, although virtually everybody is here at Monza, actually one of our Porsche teams is literally at Monza. And as we documented earlier, because Anton Guben is racing in Monza this weekend in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, which he was racing in parallel with
information to pit lane, information to pit lane, car 51 drives through penalty for attempting to overtake first beyond track limits, and subsequently for causing an avoidable collision. Car 51 drive through penalty. Car 51 drive through penalty.
Well, Nick Nielsen, their pro driver, not necessarily covering himself in glory. This has not been a great race for FDA. They had an issue with their first pit stop, the first round of stops. They came in, fueled up, went out, came back 1 lap later and took tyres. You have to think that was finger trouble. And then
Oh, I always cringe when I hear that
with the cars.
noise.
So, let's take a look at what has happened in the first 2 hours with Lewis, and then Chris McCarthy will be back in the hot seat.
Yeah, and what an incredible race it has been so far. Of course, the first hour was crazy. The second hour added its own bits of glory. We had plenty of moments in some incredible battles running around this Monza circuit. Of course, high drama here for BS competition, making contact there with GR Walls, having issues as well for R8G. Gordy Much behind the wheel, coming through the De La Roche chicane. Our race leader at this point a little bit too deep, runs over the gravel trap, gets smashed by the Axle car, smashed by the
Jonathan, please remember to select mediums for the next stop.
For Gordy
Copy.
Much and for R8G. Erhan Yovsky had pole position in fantastic fashion yesterday. An easy mistake to make from a slightly inexperienced driver on rFactor 2, the pro driver for that car. Just nothing anyone could do to avoid it. The Jota car was sat there and waiting for the car to be swung out in his way. Contact between BS Competition and Rocket Simsport Rivio getting into the side of Al Buncombe just a little bit. Running
And
through
fuel,
the,
please,
the
maximum
chicane.
75.
And Buncombe coming out on top in
Okay.
this contact that we just saw and heard about the penalty.
6 laps to go, right?
Niklas Nielsen moving over on the straight into
You
the
need
Team
to
Project
make
1, BPM
lap
car,
83 at
and
the
just a
very
little bit of a
least.
disaster there.
If you can do
Either
84, it's
way,
great.
back
What
to
is your
live
lap time
pictures.
counter saying right now?
We've got Chris McCarthy back
77.
in the commentary booth.
Point what?
What a race it's been.
Point 1.
It's been very hectic, isn't it, since I walked away? It's been
Okay, then a
dramatic
fuel
at
check over
times.
the line, please.
Okay.
You know, it's been eventful, I'd say. It's the best way to line
You
it
need
up.
at
There's been
least
lots going
5
on.
laps
It's been,
after this one,
a
if
typical
possible
first
6.
round race where some people throwing perhaps just a little bit too much at it. And unfortunately, that's led
David,
to
you can
some
join.
incidents. We've seen some
Yeah,
very
I'm joining now.
unfortunate incidents. That one in the pit lane as well. I think there was a little bit confusion from the driver coming into the pits without realising that, yes, contact is on, and no, cars don't become invisible when you go into the pits. So Whether it was a glitch or just a human error, we don't know, but it ended in a WRT having to trudge its way round a full lap of Monza without a rear wing, which must have been incredibly painful. I heard from the guys upstairs that there was, we saw just one of the spins. There was a couple more added in there for good measure as well, but we are into the second half of the race, and thank you very much. If you have been joining us on the live stream, we really do hope you've been enjoying the action so far. This is the 4 hours of Monza. This is round 1 of the brand new Le Mans Virtual Series. Round 2 will be on the 16th of October when we do the
Field check.
hours of Spa,
Yep.
and then we will end
2150. 2150.
with the Le Mans 24-hour virtual on the 15th
Box in
and
6 laps,
16th
lap
of
84.
January at the Autosport Show in Birmingham.
So you go box when it says 83 point
Live.
something,
We'll
you go
have
to
some
the
of our
pits.
teams there on stage. We will have plenty of seating. We will have Hall 1 to ourselves, so it's
I'm right on the tail of
big spectacle.
Yino.
That's the best way I can say it. You were only able to watch the
Yep,
Le Mans
but
24
also
hour virtual
Sergio's
last
on your
year
rear.
through a screen.
Yeah.
Next year you can come and watch it live as long as you have a ticket to the Autosport Show. And on that queue, I think we should go back to what's going on circuit, because that, Lewis, was very close from the Race Clutch Alpine car, who had an ARC Bratislava car getting very, very big in the windscreen very suddenly.
Yeah, right, very quickly, just getting in a little bit too deep there and nearly making contact with Nemchek running through Della Roger. And we've seen that a couple of times, of course. The side-by-side into there is always a bit risky, but when you're committed on the brakes, it's a really hard braking zone. We used to have, obviously, where the banking used to run over in the braking zone, and a lot of drivers would use that as braking reference, whereas now that's gone. Obviously, there is a bit of a gantry, but it's still actually, it's quite a hard braking zone to pick out, and unfortunately, sim races are really bad at doing one thing. I'm sure it's the same in real life, which is rule number 1. Of course, there's a lot of rule number 1s, about 18,000 of them.
Part of the big book.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm going to write that book. Rule number 1. Boom, there's a book. Of course, don't hit your teammates, etc. But obviously, the main one when it comes to learning a circuit is don't use shadows as brake markers, because they move. And that's where, like, a lot of
You
drivers...
said 83 point something, I box.
I'm so bad for it. I'll drive like, I always use the shadow of the gantry. I'm like, there we go, now I brake. And I'm like,
the corner's gone straight past me. As
David, you will be able
demonstrated
to help when being on the server and riding with him.
struggling with brakes a bit there.
Yeah, so let's talk a bit about strategy.
Yeah.
Has it been as
Can I select you already, David?
sat down before the start of the race and spoke about expected strategies? You even
Just after a
had
message
word with some of the
appears,
teams as
David will
well.
notify
Has
you
it
again.
played out as we expected it to, or has it been slightly different to what we expected?
You should be able now.
Similar, the LMP2s.
Okay, you're selected.
In this, they're sort of locked into their...
Okay, sound is disabled for the minute, guys. Strategy talks.
through, then we battle, rather than the, oh, let me through and all this, especially in this major...
Well, I'm pushing maximum.
Because they've been
Yeah,
by
that's all
themselves
fine.
for a good lap or two. This is going to happen, I think, down into Ascari. It's going to be very close.
Let's find out then. Jonathan Aberdein right behind Yiffy as we come down the hill towards Ascari. There's a Ferrari on the inside trying to get out of the way. And for now, Jonathan Aberdein is going to stay just in behind. Staying a little patient, I think trying to force a mistake here because Yi's putting up a very stern defence as they are about to complete their 82nd lap, which Smeedle has completed now as they come down towards the Parabolica. And Yi just
2
ahead,
laps to go.
having to deal with a little bit of traffic as well. With Aberdein just behind. Then it's Sete Camera, then it's Louis Delatraz, then it's Alex Buncombe, then it's Bitescape Visser. So a cluster there of drivers who will be very, very familiar to both endurance racing fans and sprint racing fans as well.
It's interesting that they're putting...
Fuck me, that...
I think it's the Jota car again is slowing us down.
Yeah, I agree.
At the same time, they're all feeling that...
Never mind, we box in 2 laps and then we'll be off sync with everyone.
Obviously, you know, a fast part of it, and it's almost like, right, the other sim driver will do damage repair at the end. Now, what this could mean is that whilst, you know, we know with the real team...
What the fuck, man?
That's obviously leading this race by quite a bit. Oh, that's a bit of a dive there, and Yiffy comes back
I think we can report it.
in the way, also coming through.
Michi lap 82.
Well. A little bit dicey there.
Okay.
Williams car.
Very opportunistic driving from Aberdein, and it
What is
almost
that
paid
Jota
off,
car
but in the
doing
end
there, for
he's
God's
gonna
sake?
have
What the
first
fuck is
effect.
going on
He's
here?
now gonna have two
Oh, you
cars
should
between
report him as well,
himself.
I think.
That was
What do you want me to do?
close, wasn't it? Ahead
No,
Nothing,
no,
just
nothing,
drive,
push.
just drive, let's let the
his
camera go.
mirrors, and Aberdein is now going to have to get a bit of assistance from the other Bicolis car coming up towards
Jonathan, check if you have any damage.
But going back
Yeah,
to the
everything's
point
clear.
then, yes, I think that they wanted to put
Okay,
Medium
so-
75.
in the middle
Does
so
it
they
say
could go out
repair
there and
something at
do
the top, scroll
stints,
over the-
you know, almost
over
rehearse
the
it,
no.
just tick
Yeah.
off the
Okay,
laps
that's good.
until we get in towards the phase of the race where the checkered flag is very much in sight.
Yeah, I will say Jesse Crone, who's driving.
It's
these
this
Jota
fucking
cars,
Jota
really
car.
needs to hop out of the way, because I know, like, I get it, blue flags. You know, I don't think they necessarily have to. I can't remember what the blue flag rule is exactly in this, but they don't necessarily have to jump out of the way. It's more about not fighting the car that's directly behind. That's the real thing here. And that on the back straight on the run to Ascari, that was a little bit too...
Unboxing the slap, right?
Thankfully gets out
Yes.
of the way now, and they can focus.
Which is
once
the
again
car
on
number
this
of the offending
fantastic
driver?
battle
You said
for second
Yiffy,
place.
right?
Yes.
Speak louder, mate. I can't hear you.
It's fine, it's fine.
This is happening,
Yes, that
I
was
looked down at
Yiffy.
the gaps. They've gone up by 3 seconds since I last
What's the
saw
time
them.
in the race? An hour and 45, that was right.
Red line car. Let's have a look at a replay.
It
Now,
was
this is in
it was
GT,
lap 83
and
for us.
that was a
Team
move,
Project One,
move around the outside, wasn't it, from the Project One car on one of the GR Wolves cars. So, nice driving there, but that gap is growing, isn't it, to the leader ahead?
Grill 2, right?
Say is that obviously
Yes,
they
yes, it's
still
all
need
good.
to put in their pro driver into that number 70. The problem is that it's Danny Ngadea, who's plenty fast enough himself. The only issue would be a mistake. I mean, Gordy Much, I wasn't expecting that mistake out of Gordy Much. Not to go back to it too. I don't know, it's a fresh wound to R8G. But obviously a very, very talented driver. You're only as fast as your slowest driver in a race like this, and so when it comes to picking your pro driver, all these teams are very, very picky with who they get into the car, just to make sure they've got a pro driver at speed. And Redline,
K-Box.
one of the most
Yep.
well-run teams in sim racing as an entirety. Also into the pit lane goes our race leaders. Anyone
Well
join?
done.
Yes,
Be
they
careful
do.
now.
Yep, of course. That's
Okay, engine off.
Jonathan Aberdein, who's gone in as well.
Not yet, of
leaving
course.
Sergio Sete Cameron
Okay, engine off.
out on
Yep.
the track. Yiffy is on the track as
And then
well.
with
Leaders have gone
10
in, as
seconds
we said.
before you
So,
lose the control, you
it's gonna
switch
be
the engine
interesting
on
to see
again.
how far
Yeah.
Yi and Sete
Make sure
Cameron
ignition is
can
on
go,
again, put the
in
starter,
this
and then
stint
you
now.
put in first
They'll
gear
wanna
and
get another
throttle it with
lap if
3
they
seconds
can,
to
and then
go,
I suspect
as
we'll
long as
probably
pit
see them
road is clear.
coming
Put
Okay.
neutral now. Put
So,
neutral now.
Okay.
Yi,
Yep,
Sete
yep.
Cameron,
You need it to
Delatraz,
start the engine.
1, 2 and
So-
3, Smeedle in the pits with Aberdein, and then we have Al Buncombe behind that in the number 2 with Visser, Kirchhoff, Kirali and Nemchek. You mentioned Danny Junkadea. Well, he's won a lot of things in esports, particularly. I remember going back to
Okay.
March
You
last
can
year
know.
when he was very quick in the isolation series, which was a mixture of
Full throttle
cars
and
Yep.
gas.
Danny and Cadet. He appeared like someone who had been at it for a little while. It wasn't someone who had just bought a rig and got on it. I think he'd already
Okay.
had one somewhere in
Perfect.
the time. Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
Well,
we
if
have
not,
some
then it was
damage,
just
but
incredibly
I
impressive,
think
but
it's not
he adapted
repairable.
to it
Yep.
very, very
So
quickly.
that's
Okay.
good.
Never mind,
And
just
like I
keep
say,
driving.
with Redline, they are
Jonathan,
built
really
someone
good job.
that you've,
Oh, fuck's sake, mate. We fucked up that first stint with the fuel saving.
They know
Yep.
exactly what they're doing. They're not just going to put Joe from round the corner
No.
into the car and
No matter
hope
how
for the
many
best.
times he asks.
No,
Let me know when I can leave.
When David is out on pitch, you can.
Yeah, you can now.
Okay, you can leave.
And Junkadea is plenty fast enough to hold his own in a field like this. And so that car is going to be exceptionally hard to beat with that lineup in this race. Of course, we're talking a season here. It's not Le Mans Virtual 2020 where it's just about the single race. We are talking of a whole season here. And I mean, how much has happened in this race in the opening 2 hours and 20 minutes? We've still got so much
Can I leave the server
left to go in this
Yes.
season that it's going to be an incredible run. I'm so excited for that build-up to Le Mans Virtual in the start of next year.
Yeah, points are awarded to all the entries, although you get 25 for a win, 1 for 10th, and then half a point beyond that as we are side by side here going in towards the first corner. The Red Bull going all the way around the outside, but is going to go deep. That's the Tesla R8G car on the inside, and it looks like Red Bull's going to have to give that place back because they had locked up, and no surprise that Tesla R8G are going to be the ones that benefit with a nice move there at the first corner, and they go.
Oh, stream dead. Copy, we are looking. Effectively stream dead. For God's sake. Right. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try finding out how many laps to go still.
So while
Grande, we are looking, we are back.
Jonas River, who drives for this team, BS Competition, if this car was having issues, he kind of earns nothing from this. He's got so much experience in this car that not really too much to gain. Same with Alan Terzic. They're again well experienced.
Good job, David.
For the team itself, for the information that you can gain from the race, especially with slightly different tyres than what you're used to.
Oh dear, looks like broken. Second.
Going to do the race.
I mean, I didn't do anything.
He boxed there.
Afterwards,
yeah.
Step away for a day or two. We'll get all of those data logs, which by the way in sim racing, everyone in motorsport.
Yeah, I think at this stage roughly 61, 62 laps to go.
And we go through all of it as well. They'll be like, right, Tuesday night we'll set up and we'll have a look through it properly, and then at least just breathe.
Yeah, so like you said, for those professional drivers, this is a great.
Is it client-side issue?
Also,
yeah.
for drivers who haven't really raced on rFactor 2 very much as well. This is
Let me see. Maybe it.
Them, isn't it, to see just how much the tyre wear is in this car on rFactor 2 and learn things like that. So just get used to playing in rFactor 2 is going to be completely different.
Yup, it is indeed a client-side issue.
Drive on it, more
the force feedback really does. Like, you know, it's learning how each different simulator applies. I mean, we had a go.
Okay.
A couple of days
We are
ago.
checking.
In the LMP2 around here. It was,
We remove you.
I think I lost it about 6
Yes,
corners.
and then we put you up over there. Put you max. Where is my? Bear with me. And then I need to sound back on.
It's alright, it's not just me then.
And then we can enjoy.
This is the number 57 we are taking a look at. Rene Butler in the car
sake.
now. This team has, of course, had their...
Is that stream is laggy on everyone's side?
Rene Butler has jumped up. He's in the team not as a professional driver. However, he is eligible to be one. Hence, he's jumped up to be the professional driver. That's because he does a lot of driving around a place called the Nordschleife.
He lives near it as well.
Yeah, he does, and he races a lot around there as well. But Rene mostly does what we do these days. He talks about the racing, so he won't enjoy this very much if he goes and spins now, and I'm commentating on it.
Okay, this is fine.
And yeah, he wouldn't be too pleased about that. But let's try and say something nice about him because of that. And he's jumped in to be a professional driver for this round. They're not doing too badly. I mean, I think they're on a... if they can get a point out of this, they'd be very, very happy.
I mean, if they can get a...
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Blue flags are to be respected. You know better than we do where your car is and who is behind. So, gentlemen, let's all respect blue flags. If race control gets involved, then we start issuing penalties, which is not good.
David is now in the car. David Mrožek.
Who that was for?
Yeah. Well, we saw plenty of it, didn't we?
Yeah. Like I say, it's one of those things where it's a bit easy to sort of judge. Where obviously when we're talking of blue flags and stuff, it's more so in your class. Obviously, when it comes to the prototypes catching the GTs, it's the blue flags. Whilst yes, they're a warning to the car closing in.
So David, I think the net 20-second gap is real.
Traffic in your own class, then
Over
you
who?
deal with it in a slightly different manner. We'll say this number 4 that we're looking at
To
now.
Smeedle and
I
Kakov
was
ahead.
told, and I've seen this before by quite a few people, that soft tyres. Anyone not running a soft tyre isn't going to do very
Hey
well.
guys, is
You can
anyone
tell,
watching
beautiful thing here,
the
that
official
we've got
broadcast having the
different
same glitch in,
sidewalls,
you know
on
what?
on our
I'll be
good
right back.
tyres here. Blue, not going to see those
I'll be right
great,
back, David.
wet
5 minutes.
tyres. We do have the white wall tyres, which are the softs. We have green wall tyres, which are the hards. And you can see there on the
Copy.
Bipolar's car that yellow wall tyres are the medium tyres. Now, that's telling me one thing. I think they're going to triple stint this. Because we were talking about this before, that with it being 7 stints in LMP2, you double stint the first stint, you double stint the second stint, which you can do on the softs. But once you get to that final part of the race, you've got 3 stints left to do. Do you triple stint? Can you triple stint? Are you going to do 3 stints on softs? It's apparently, theoretically possible. It's just not wise. And so they've switched onto the mediums. And
Okay, so it's effectively the glitchiness is on the stream itself.
From that position.
Can't do anything on it.
We were talking about that before. The
Okay,
race,
let
weren't we,
me
that,
check what is the
they did the
situation.
double stints and maybe
Kerkhoff box.
on a triple stint. It's not going to be easy. They're gonna,
So yeah, I
this is
don't
probably
know
the best time
what
for them to be taking
Smeedle
this
is
approach.
doing,
You're going to triple stint, you do it at the
but
end,
I think
it's
he
not
just
gonna
hasn't
be
changed
a
any
huge
tires.
battle. You're going to be almost doing your own thing.
So the
And you
effective
can
gap
always
is 10
switch the game
seconds.
plan if events change ahead of you, i.e.
Have to
someone
Smeedle.
runs into a bit of trouble and you find yourself with a potential battle for the lead on your hands. So yeah, I guess they're playing the long. They've got 30 seconds, just under 30 seconds to Smeedle ahead, and they've decided. The thing they've got to be careful of is
yeah, there's the same story all over again. Each lap car I'm losing to Toman.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Well, who was carrying that one plate for a reason, really. They won the 24 hours last year with the same lineup that they bring this year, albeit with an added 5th driver, as the teams are allowed up to 5 per team.
Yeah, really, like I say, the number 1, I was expecting bit harsh, yes.
I'm wondering
They're
if he's
running
on
fifth, still
softs.
doing very well. Was expecting a little bit more. They struggled in qualifying yesterday. They are, though, as you say, they're champions for a reason. They know what they're doing. The idea that they could jump up onto the podium, and they're not that far off of it. They could absolutely do it. The thing is, though, that I'm wondering is about that tyre change, and particularly labelling that one towards Mikkel Smeedel. Because if the cars behind are going to triple stint, that's all well and good. But if you could, if maybe the number 70, if it was doing a double and then a single at the end, we could be in for quite a close finish here. I'm not going to say that is the case because I don't know exactly what tyre the number 70 is running on right now and what their game plan is, because they could still be on the softs, which we can see them here. They are running on the white-walled soft tyres. You can see them running through there. They could still be tripling. They could still be doing their own thing. So I'm not going to say either way. The pit stop delta is around about 25 seconds for a tyre change, if I remember correctly. And so it's not quite enough.
Yeah, it was something we went and did the maths on. Of course, we reckon a fuel stop in the LMP is around 50 to 55. A fuel and tyres is around 70 to 75 seconds. So you're looking at an extra 20 to do a tyre swap.
I think the stream finally got itself.
Big moment for the 88.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a moment for for Pereira in the Proton competition car, currently running 5th in class. Just about manages to save that one, and they can continue. They've got Hilbrand just up ahead in the 56, but they've got to be careful because just in the background, you might be able to see closing
Faster than Toman last lap.
The Porsche eSports car of Joshua Rogers as well.
Who's driving from the circuit, basically. Is Josh Rogers, and that car as well, because Ian Chanjuven, who's racing at the circuit. I mean, obviously, Martin, and you brought this up earlier in the broadcast, that they've sent Josh Rogers and Tommy Osgaard out to Italy to go and do the race as well from there, which I'm sure is a fantastic experience. Josh Rogers, an incredible driver who, said before, has moved from, he's Australian, born and bred, but one of the fastest people in sim racing. He moved over to Germany, now lives in Germany in the Coanda Sim House. And again, shows how fast he is almost every time we go racing. And right here, trying to close in onto Porsches directly ahead to him there in the background, pushing it to the limit. Nicholas Hillebrand, though, again, I know I've said it a few times, but really is impressing me here, battling it out with some big names. But at the moment that you're driving around in sim racing and you see the very iconic these days, the white, purple, and orange of, it's of a VRS Coanda Sim Sport car that is heading your way, you just sit there and think, I can't keep this at bay. That is not possible. They are one of the big teams in sim racing. Like, arguably to some, the biggest of all. Some would say it's Redline, some would say it's Coanda, some would say might even be someone else, Williams, Burst, RHG, whatever. These are all the titans of the sim racing world.
Now, going back to what we were talking about in the LMP2 class in terms of strategy as Proton comes in, we did talk before the race, and we did have word from a couple of teams that a triple stint on the soft was potentially possible. The double stint was possible. If you were going to go onto a medium, yes, you could triple stint that, but there was a triple stint and a question mark next to it because it looked potentially possible. We didn't know if it was going to be true, but certainly the double stints are working on the LMPs. Can the triple stint work? That's something we'll have to find out over the course of the next hour and 27 minutes.
Yeah, I did ask a couple of drivers about this. Some of them are more cagey than others, and we're keeping that information, and rightfully so in a championship with this much money on the line. Of leaking it to some blabby-mouthed commentators is probably not the wisest call. But the idea is that triple stints is possible on the soft tyre in LMP. But the thing is it's the question is not only is it possible, but is it better to do a medium triple? Is that actually faster? Because whilst you won't be fastest out of the gates, once the tyres and the softs come down a bit, once the mediums, like they kind of plateau, they level out, and then you can set those kind of times, that later on in the stint, come towards that final stint, you'll be odds on to be doing all right. But then it's all about whether you want to be going on the attack or on the defence later on. If you're on the softs, you're going to be on the defence in the final parts of the race. If you're on the mediums, you're going to be trying to go on the attack. It's which side do you feel most comfortable on?
and this is Josh Rogers. We were saying, you know, he could probably look out the window and, see exactly the corners he's driving, and there you can see Josh Rogers at Monza, where he's now coming into the pits. But based at Monza, they could go out there and do a full track walk before they even go out there and race in this race. Yes,
it is a laser scanned circuit, this one. So for anyone new to sim racing terms, a laser scan circuit. So it's the bumps, etc. They are there as they would be. Here's the driver change. So you can see there, Juven jumping in behind the wheel. Pretty cool to see. Josh is now like off, thinking, right, that's that done.
Well,
wow, that was a dangerous return to the track.
Mobile unit to the left there.
I can't see, sadly.
Have the team all based
Yeah, some prototype in the gravel.
And Juven's now going to jump in for his stint.
As long as you're not killed, everything's goody.
Some final words coming in from Josh, and then Juven's going to go out now. You know, he really proved that he knows how to drive on in esports when he went and won the virtual Porsche Super Cup, which all the drivers took part in last year.
And Juven has battled, like he's been teammates with Josh Rogers in a series run by, I brought them up earlier, BS competition, and Florian Harsper, their brand, and VCO, and there was a series called the VCO Pro Sim. There's a bit of contact here in the pit lane. I think that might be the Porsche and the VRS Commander, so a bit of reversing that Juven has to do there, and eventually he is away and clear, so all well and good. It looks like it wasn't too bad. But Juven raced with Josh Rogers in that series in Formula 3s, and was almost, if not as fast as the sim drivers. Like, he is that fast, and these are top level sim drivers that he's battling. It's not as if it's me. I mean, if you're as fast as me in sim racing, you're not actually doing that well. But regardless, very, very impressive to see Juven and a real driver jumping into the sim and being up at that pace. Obviously, at that age where you've done it from a young age, and it's fine. It's comfortable still.
Yeah, Juven, very, very quick. Of course, in the Porsche Super Cup as well. He's a vice champion in Porsche Super Cup this year. So, he's incredibly quick, and he's been associated with the Porsche manufacturer. We saw him at the Le Mans 24-hour last year as well. Of course, Porsche taking victory last year.
Oh no.
Now that's the WRT car. They've had a real nightmare of things today.
Engine failure of the WRT.
Just like it can in the World Endurance Championship, it can go bang in the Le Mans Virtual as well.
Yep, it's all simulated. We've got a simulated engine and brakes as well. I'm not 100% sure what would have caused that. There's a couple of things it could have done. It could just be engine wear itself, although it's unlikely in a race of this length. It's most likely in the vein of potentially a silly mistake, double downshifting. I know obviously you're accelerating, but fingers get a bit lazy. If you pull both paddles, if you pull up
Who
and
was
down
that?
at the same time on the gears.
WRT.
Yeah, but who's were the drivers?
Right, that'll engage neutral, and then you think, oh no, I'm in neutral. I need to shift back up, and you pull first straight.
Is it Schoolfleet?
Sørensen.
Oh,
just
okay.
pull it straight in the first gear. You're doing 210k at that point. Bam, the engine's gone. Straight away, so I think that could be what happened. Maybe it was just engine wear. I'm sure I'll get a message from Arna at some point as to what's actually gone on there.
Real shame. They've had a race to forget, WRT, and not all of it has been entirely their fault. Great to see Bruno Spengler out there as well for the BS competition team. What a day they have had. Bruno Spengler, of course, the 2012 DTM champion, and one of the heads of that team, BS competition, Bruno Spengler. I think you can see the association as we look on board now with Jeremy Bouteloup for Proton competition in the number 77 in a fight here with Casper Stoltz just ahead in the FDA esports team car. Coming in towards that second chicane. A lot of curb, rides a little bit easier over the curbs it seems there, the Proton car, given the instead of the Ferrari as they now come up towards the Lesmos. This is a battle within the top 10 of the GTE class. Casper Stoltz running 9th in class, and as you can see on the side of the Proton car, the number 77 running in 10th place. So this would be for an extra point if he could take it, and a poor exit off Lesmo 2 for FDA, and Boutaloop there is just going to say hello in the mirrors going in towards Ascari now as they come through the chicane and make their way down the straight towards the Parabolica. We jump on board with Boutaloop here, Kasper Stoltz ahead of us, and this is the point where you're going to probably see Boutaloop just sit behind, or is he going to prove me completely wrong? You don't really want to do a move into Parabolica. It's out of it, Lewis, that you'd rather get your move done.
Yeah, absolutely. You make a move into Parabolica. We were talking about this yesterday in the Le Mans Virtual Cup yesterday evening, that if you make a move there, you're a sitting duck on that run down into the Retifilio on the to start the lap. Here comes, though, Jeremy Boutaloop back over to the inside of the 51 FDA Esports. Kasper Stoltzer holding him back, coming back over to the what is driver's left, and there goes across the nose of the car. That was pretty bold and brave from the 77, but Jeremy Boutaloop having that one done. I get the feeling Stoltzer's coming back, though.
That was assertive, I think that is the way you can say, and it doesn't seem Kasper Stoltz was too pleased with it. Either that, or he's just telling him to get a bit of a move on here as they now come back down towards the second chicane, and it's going to be FDA coming back down the inside, but the Ferrari in the end decides not to. Kasper Stoltz just hanging on to that position, so that is move complete and a change for 9th in GTE with Jeremy Boutaloop for Proton competition going into 9th place.
Yeah, nice move. It's potentially not done yet, although I would suggest that now Boutaloop should be able to pull away. You've got one of the Wolves GR cars as well directly ahead, the lone one left in the race, so just a bit of lap traffic to jump out of the way, and doing so very nicely there, which is always advised. Just a little bit. Like I say, it's a nice move. When you get it done cleanly, you think, oh, thank God for that. It's when you make a meal of it, which can happen very easily. I mean, think even back to
LX Sim Racer, I don't know which series you're talking about.
On Jonas Raivia.
Where are they also struggling?
Earlier, that was in the first hour of the race, and Mitchell de Jong overdid.
They are so lucky.
Yeah, we know it.
Whilst he was going for the move, overdid it, made a meal of it. Now, de Jong's the kind of driver who can just go, right, dust that off, and I'll try.
We know it. Don't put your head into it. Just focus on your driving, and everything will be fine. We just need to hold on.
Plenty, present company, hello. You'll make a move like that, and then you think, oh my God, and now I've made that mistake, and then you try again. You make the same mistake. You make the same mistake. You're not driving as well, and that's where these drivers really separate themselves.
Yeah, they don't get frustrated very easily. Sometimes they do, but it can take a lot. Yeah, sometimes they do, but mostly they're composed, and they see it's a 4-hour race, and we still have well over an hour of that to go. So, if the move doesn't get done, the best thing you can do is just sit behind, recompose yourself, and then wait for the next best opportunity rather than just any opportunity to throw it down the inside.
Exactly.
Now the gap is growing ever so slightly between our two leaders. We look at here at Yuri Toman, who is doing the opposite to Rochek ahead. He's closing that gap down in the GPX Rebellion car. We're going to hop on board with Yuri Toman down. Lewis, and I'll hand over to you to talk us through a few corners.
Yeah, we'll see our way past this Red Bull Racing Esports GTE, and the focus right now isn't necessarily just on the corners themselves. It is the focus on that distinctive grey and yellow Bicoles car. I was going to say Rebellion, it's not that. Bicoles Burst car that's just sat ahead, that's just tentatively, it's on the horizon, it's just waiting there, and you're thinking, I can catch it, you've got your target, you're making up the gap. You don't know what strategy they're running though, and as we're riding on board, you're coming here into Ascari and just watch the speed as we absolutely throw it through, completely 100% on the brake, lifting off carefully, nursing the throttle through, and then bam, Martin said this earlier, Ascari is all about the exit, not the entrance. The entrance is 50-50, make it clean, but just don't worry about it too much. The exit is the most important.
And then into Parabolica, where the exit really is key, isn't it? As you come now onto the start-finish straight, you'll take a tight line through there, and it is the Bicoles car is in the distance now and closing in. It's about not getting too carried away as well. If the gap's only coming down by fraction, that's okay because it's coming down. It doesn't matter, just to keep chipping away at it, and you can see the Bicoles car has a little bit of company up ahead as well and a bit of traffic. Don't forget we have had a warning for the drivers to make sure that they are going by blue flags. You know, that we have seen a few drivers not do that. So there was a reminder there from Eduardo Freitas that the blue flags are there for a reason.
Yeah.
Right, red line are in pit lane, or are now coming back out of pit lane. So out they come. Is it Enzo Benito, who I think may have jumped in as they make their way back onto the track? He has. So Benito now in that number 71 BMW Team Redline car.
And he'll be in for the, because all the GTEs right now, where we've been talking about them doing 50 minutes roughly behind the wheel, we can see Mac Back and Mac Attack behind the wheel of the number 91 Porsche G-Sports team car. The drivers.
So
now.
there's a
This is their
prototype
final
ahead
drive
of me, and he's just
they'll
not
be
letting
in
me
for
go.
this stint, but they will also make one more pit stop. This is the penultimate stop right now.
Oh, I hate that we can have a
Likely
look.
to take these tyres all the way to the end of the race. I don't see anyone
Should flash him.
on that final pit stop when it comes to the tyres that they're running.
Despite you don't have any aerodynamical issue, I know it's annoying.
I'm losing a position
Just
also.
about the
Hold on.
splash, and 9 times out of 10, you get the fuel right. Make sure you don't put in a litre less or whatever less than what you need to. They take it right the way down to the very last litre, which sometimes isn't needed.
Yeah, because fuel in GTEs is, you know, we reckon they were going to go about 50 to 55 minutes. So, you know, there's no way, you know, with an hour and 15 that you could fuel save and keep an extra 20 minutes of fuel in the car. That's just not going to be possible. At least we don't think so anyway. So we are expecting a splash and dash at the end, and that will take us up to the 4 stops that we predicted from the race. As from the LMP2, we're expecting
It doesn't matter, stay close to them. They have a longer pit stop than we do.
So we expect them in 2 more times in this race, but it's about that splash and dash. Now, if you're in that second queue, I mean, the gaps come down after the stops, it seems, between the BMW Team GB and the Porsche team as well. Of course, we are into this next round of stops, but you wonder if you're in that second queue, do you start saving some fuel now? Do you almost concede that the lead is too far away?
I can't remember whether it was the last Le Mans race, whether they had issues.
I jump him when we come in for that final quick stop.
So actually focused on different things at that point back then.
Should something happen, because right now the 91 is untouchable. It's gone far enough away that it's a little bit out of reach. It's too much down the road. However, should something happen, which always in endurance racing, you know, it's a risky game. You know, I mean, how many times have we seen it at the final couple of laps? Le Mans, for example. This year, where, you know, the final lap of the race, something changes. So it's about being close enough now to take advantage. For example, if you're the number 71, you can see that gap there is a second between the number 71 BMW Team Redline and the number 55 BMW Team GB car. Now, should something happen that we couldn't foresee for the 91, that could be the battle for the race.
Mate, you need to report to this. He's a lapped car and he's fighting me.
And so it could be.
Tell me his car number
On guard for second place.
or his name.
Clue. I don't know.
I can't see it here either. I have no track map.
Yeah, that's, you know, while you're confident, while you
I don't know, like a white car, white prototype.
Now that was
Axel
slapped.
Motorsports.
That was
A
the
Leaf.
91 there, turning in when a red line car was
Number
was sticking
21.
its nose down the inside. This is the battle we were referring to. So BMW Team Redline in the red and black colours, and just ahead BMW Team GB, Sami Matti-Trogan in the Team GB, Enzo Benito.
There's no way
in
I
the
can tell you
red line
that.
car as they come down towards the Rettifilio now.
Yeah, we'll ride on board and really take a view. Sami Matti-Trogan going back to his rally.
Yeah, then I need to wait when you're back in the
over the curb in there and going a bit sideways. Sami Matti-Trogan's their
Team manager, car 21. Blue flags are to be respected. You don't need to hold the car behind you for 1 full lap. Flags are to be respected.
Yeah, that is
You
he.
don't need to hold the car behind you for 1 full lap.
Just
another note on that one.
Another note.
Leck mich am Arsch.
So, well, that's.
I think the next time they step in.
Yeah, I think that's sort of just 3 strikes and you're out, isn't it? It's Eduardo Freitas, our race director there, just communicating to all the drivers.
Please report me when you passed.
Ben Rossiter Turner in race control. As we can see one of the
Yeah, I'm already ahead of him.
LMP cars to the left of our screen, but this is looking back from Sami Matti-Trogan at Enzo Benito in that BMW Team Redline car as they make their way through Ascari now. Last pit stop 8 laps ago, last pit stop 2 laps ago.
Which means that Sami Matti-Trogan's got to take more fuel in the final stop.
And flash of the headlights there from Team Redline as well. That's interesting. So BMW Team Redline, would that suggest then they've just done a bit of a better job over the course of the 2 hours and 50 minutes that we've seen on fuel? They've played the long game. We've seen slightly less of them because of that, but now we are going to see a lot more of them in this last hour.
Yeah, I think right now, knowing what we know there, that car is now a favourite for this position. Let's see what he can do. Lorenzo Benito down the inside of Sami Matti-Trogan, locks up the rears ever so slightly on the brakes, hits the curb as well, and runs through the first chicane. That is the position done from Enzo Benito. Lovely move. Now, if Sami Matti-Trogan's wise here, and he is, he's a world champion in sim racing, and that is at a top level series as well. He will just sit there. He won't try and make a move back. If I was in Sami Matti-Trogan's position, I would just sit there. I would save as much fuel. I would just try and hang on to the rear end of that Redline car.
Yeah, and you know what you can do when you're sat behind someone. You can save some fuel as well. How impressed have you been with the BMWs? Because we didn't see them at the 24-hour last year, so anyone that watched the 24-hour and then is just coming in
suddenly, in the final couple of hours, it all just came together, and we were looking at this fight, and it was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. Came down to the wire. Brilliant race. And I get the feeling that based on what we're seeing here, we're going to see this quite a few times this season. It's why the Le Mans Virtual Series is going to be a great one to watch all the way through. Great different tracks on it. And right now, to start the season at such an iconic venue being the Temple of Speed's a great one, because it's such a raceable track. And you know that once Jerne Simoncic, if he's able to close down that gap to Yuri
68.25.
Toman, that move is on. He's Simoncic, to give you
So
a little
lap
bit of a description
128.
on Simoncic. He's a three-time world champion in a series called Formula
Good
Sim Racing
fuel.
World Championship.
No, Cameron not driving again. Sadly. Jiri Tomen and Jerne on box. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, undercut anyway. That's fine. Nein, geht kein Vollbild. No, everyone.
And that was once 33
Everyone
seconds.
is
It has been halved.
going
So,
with another
fantastic
stop in the top
racing
5, I
in
think.
the Le Mans Virtual. And Lewis, I'll hand over to you to round up the latest hour of highlights.
Yeah, well, we'll jump straight into it because the third hour is jumping in. It's been a crazy one that we've had, and racing through the action that we've seen over the third hour has been a bit calm, a bit more tame. Diving down the inside was the Bicoles Burst Esports car, and then trying to get past Williams. A little three-way scrap here for what was second, and then a bit of issues for Coanda, trying to fight their way through on the Team Project 1 BPM car.
If you can create a gap over Wisniewski as much as possible,
wide
that
as
would
well,
be
a bit of
great.
lap traffic with Nestor Garcia
I'm trying.
Racing Esports
Oopie.
thrown over the chicane in a very dramatic fashion. Was a lap down on all of this coming through as well. The R8G car finding its way past. A bit of a catch here as we ride on board with one of the Coanda cars running around the Parabolica, and they were a very tight one. Contact in the pit lane. Did wonder if we were going to see this as the Porsche car, the 92, made contact in the pit lane with its sister teammate, and then it was all about Coanda against FDA Esports running down into the first chicane, and there was the move done by the number 77 Proton Competition VRS Coanda. A little bit of contact on the rear end just to unsettle that Coanda car, and then BMW Team GB would drop down a position in quite an aggressive move, heavy on the brakes, and just making that one stick in the BMW of Team Redline that we ride on board with. Back to it in the final hour, and Martin Haven rejoins us.
Wow. It didn't settle down at all, did it? Lewis McGlade, thank you very much indeed. And we'll hear a little bit more from Lewis, I think, probably before the end of the show. So we are into the final hour of the first race of the Le Mans Virtual Series, the 4 hours of Monza. From Monza to Spa, to the Nürburgring, to Sebring, to the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. 5 months, 5 races, and lots of racing still to go here. Danny Juncadella leading in LMP2, leading outright for Real Team Hydrogen, and Mac Backham in the 91 Porsche Esports team, leading in the GTE Pro class. So a great race.
Incident between car 1 and car 123 in the pit lane is under investigation. And car 123
noise!
in the pit lane is under investigation.
That is Wisniewski,
So
is under investigation.
Right at the top of the show,
Okay.
pit lane contact is on, by which we don't mean, yeah, go for it. We mean that if you hit something in the pits, it costs you and them, and that would, in a real world, Chris McCarthy being a very unsafe release and not a particularly happy
I've just
ending
seen
to
it. That should
so.
be a huge penalty for them.
On the pit lane for good measure
Yeah,
as
so
well.
Nikitin Wisniewski and who was it? 1,
That's
2,
good.
3, Carasini for Team Redline coming out of the pit lane there. So in and out. And again, we saw that in the hot swap between Josh Rogers and Anchan Juven. That camera angle, that was great. That was in the back of the garage in Monza, where his Porsche Carrera Cup Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland team are based. So normally where the catering and the spare body panels are, that's where the rig is. I said, okay, clear the catering out. No, leave the espresso machine. Everything else out of the way. And that was, that was great. And that actually, hot swapping of a seat is something that rarely happens. When they're racing back at Coanda's base, if there are 3 of them, they'll be in 3 rigs side by side. They won't hot swap the same rig. But instead of having to take 3 of everything to Monza, sensibly they took 1 and hot swap during the pit stop.
I think it's almost a good practice though, isn't it? You know, it adds that almost, swapping drivers.
Yeah.
It adds that pit stop element to it.
It's like a genuine racing pit stop.
Exactly.
Driver change means we're actually changing the driver over in the same seat. So there are no seat inserts here, so he just slid the seat forward or whatever. But that applies as well as in the real world. Drivers are not the same size. So if you're using the same rig, without wishing to be facetious, you do really want to be able to reach the pedals. If you and I share a rig, you're going to have to put the seat forward. I'm going to have to put the seat back because we are about 30 centimetres in height difference. So there's quite a discrepancy there. And actually, in the real world, in a Porsche, they used to come on seat runners up until the last set of FIA safety rules. So you could get into a GT car. Not only does it have a key in the ignition to start the engine, but you can run the seat forward on the rails. That's a little different now. You have to pack it and everything. But the same deal applies with your sim rig. It's got to be absolutely as close to perfection, the fit for the driver. Otherwise, he's driving at a disadvantage. And in this field, if you're driving at any disadvantage, you ain't going to win.
No, over 4 hours, you're most certainly not going to win. It's going to affect you, massively over the course of that time, and that's only going to be exaggerated as we go through the season and the races get even longer. So, yeah, you definitely don't want anything hindering you throughout the entire
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Pit lane incident between car 1 and car 123. Drive-through penalty on car 1 for an unsafe release. Drive-through penalty on car 1 for an unsafe release.
That saves our ass.
Drive-through penalty on car 1.
Wisniewski drive-through penalty.
It was always coming, wasn't it? Yeah, there was no
I think
doubt
some
that
Red
it
Bull
wasn't
car
the
is
1, 2, 3
behind me
fault.
on
So
first
Team
set of
Redline
tires.
unfortunately turned around there. They lost time in the pit lane.
They are trying
so
unlap.
drive-through penalty. That'll be about a 25 to 30 second drop down for Nikitin Wisniewski. So the number
Well,
one
you have the
rebellion
margin to
GP
let them go
Esports
if they
team,
are pushing too
currently
hard,
lying
but
in fifth
I would
place,
not let them
30
unnecessarily go.
Will drop them actually back to about
Your
where
call,
Team
though.
Redline car number 1, 2, 3 is. So they'll be sort of bottom of the top 10. But again, still 50 minutes to go.
Sadly, I
and as
have
we've
no
seen
track
so
map.
far in the race, could be a lot more action, and there will be another round of pit stops for the LMP2 cars. So at least one round of pit stops. So whether you've watched real World Endurance racing before, whether you've watched the European Le Mans Series racing before, whether you were with us for the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual last year, or whether you have stumbled across the virtual Le Mans Virtual Series for the first time ever, wherever you are, I hope you're enjoying what you're watching. If you're following this on Twitch or any of the other platforms, hopefully you're learning a little bit more from the mods and from the comments as well. I know there's an awful lot of great comments out there, so we'll try and address those, particularly when it gets to the next race in Spa. We have plenty of time to answer your questions, so we'll look at trying to work that through. Now, we had a little chance to catch up with a few people before the race began, before qualifying yesterday, one of whom is the newly crowned European Le Mans Series champion. He is also the race winner, or one of the 4 race winners in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual 2020, Louis Delatraz.
Oh, 49 minutes to go, guys.
Delighted to be joined now by the winner of the inaugural Virtual Le Mans back in 2020, Louis Delatraz, and a man who came so close to making it a historic double. Louis, just tell us, if you can, how on earth your emotions were in that
Okay,
game.
so Red Bull GT just hit me under the braking. I'm alive, but I have dark blue rear. I mean, it should be okay.
LMS has been going very strong in LMP2 with my 2 teammates, with Robert Kubica and Ifeye. I mean, we came with Le Mans with no expectations, but of course we wanted to win. And
okay, just check if there's any repair option in
and I'm the kind of guy
menu
that
on
believe
disable.
it's done. But you know when it's the last lap,
Also found the track map now.
Your box, they tell you the procedure, the way to go to the podium, and you're waiting for the car almost in the pit wall. And the first thing you see on TV is the car stop.
Yeah, there's no damage in the pit menu.
And your kind of world stops around you. And I remember my whole life, me and Robert Kubica looking at each other and being like, what on earth just happened? This was heartbreaking, I mean, for us to lose Le Mans in such a way.
The European Le Mans Series continued as well. Last weekend, Europe claimed the title.
What could be without this last lap in Le Mans is absolute perfect season, because we won the LMS, so we're European champions now. First year for the team, first year for ourselves as well, because all of 3 drivers, it's the first time in ELMS we're racing. So to be champion on a win at Spa on home soil for WRT, and one round before the end of the season is I mean, amazing. It also gives you back the smile, because after what happened is what we needed to do. So yeah, I can only say a great job from everyone, because we bounced back well.
And so here we are. We have a whole new Le Mans Virtual Series to contend with. So what are your thoughts going in? Obviously, you're the guys with the big target on your back that everybody wants to beat.
Yeah, you know, during COVID last year, I mean, it was really impressive, the esport and the sim racing, how it grew. And I mean, I got into it since a long time, but that was the first time very competitive, which ended up very well between all series I did. And it was real pleasure to have the Le Mans Virtual, and actually it was my first Le Mans 24-hour because I raced then with the real car. But for sure, it's two worlds that complete each other. There are two very different worlds, and that's why it's a great idea, I think, to share the wheel with pro sim racers and pro race drivers, because we learn from each other. We can also bring up stuff from each other. Like I can try to advise them on some things we will do in real life, and they will tell me if yes or no this is possible in the sim racing. But I think with the fans, we can also connect a lot better, and it's a good way to be able to stream it, and obviously much more affordable than the real racing. So I love the real LMP2, I love the real categories, and I love as well that we can race them online.
And engage the fans, you're exactly right. I mean, that's a big thing here. You've had two very strange Le Mans. You went with no fans, then you went with some fans. You still have not experienced Le Mans with
Track is really quick now.
350,000 mad spectators. So that's to come. But man, no more last laps like that, okay?
I will be the first one to go for it.
Yeah, gap to P5 is 25 seconds now, so everything should be good.
That can never happen again. That's one time in a Hollywood script, and okay, no, it can't be.
I still wake up some morning thinking, how did that happen? To be honest, but it will be there. It will always be there, and I think, I mean, in the end, it's no one's mistake. At least not definitely we cannot blame ourselves. So no, for sure. I will come back to win, hopefully.
Okay, Louis, congratulations. Listen, thank you very much indeed, and we'll speak to you soon, I'm sure.
Bye-bye.
I think Louis Delatraz summed it up perfectly there. Two worlds that complete each other. I thought that's a great phrase. I think, yeah, that really sums up the way that what was perceived as sort of two parallel items basically have just blended. There is no seam between one universe and the other, and there are a lot of people who are equally adept in both.
Yeah, I totally agree with him. You know, I think it was only what's happened over the past 18 months has made people realise, oh, these two things are actually fairly similar, aren't they? And when everyone got to watch esports, like when we put the 24-hour race on last year, they realised actually there isn't too much differences in this. The racing is just as good, it's just as competitive, it's just as technical as well, and the drivers realised these guys are just as talented in their own right.
Exactly right, and it is still about drivers against other drivers, and you have to have the car set up properly, but you also have to have what's going on between the ears, and like every other game, it is 1 in the 6 inches between the ears, and that's what makes the difference. In the real world, in the virtual world, the best drivers will come out on top because they're just the best, and that's the way it is. Yeah. Great looking Proton competition view of the two BMWs in front. BMW Team GB in 3rd place, BMW Team Redline in 2nd place. Now, BMW, you were telling us at the beginning of the year, really kind of went, okay, we need to get our what's it together here in this sim racing business. We're not represented, and that's not good enough. Yeah, we are the pride of Bavaria. We need to be represented, and they are. And you know, the M8 GTE wasn't the greatest car in the World Endurance Championship. It was a race winner maybe, but possibly not a championship winner. Certainly it wasn't around long enough to really be developed like that. But here in the sim racing world, it's entirely competitive.
Yeah, and it's thing is, because it's been there longer, you know, it may have come in the real world for a little while and then left, but it's always there. It's not like they go, right, BMW, when we don't want to be on rFactor 2 anymore. It's there, and people have got their heads around it and realised it can go quick anywhere. And as Lewis said,
hey Claudio,
it's actually a fairly safe pair of hands at all tracks as well. So
yep, there is.
It's going to give you a good base to work with.
But I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share this.
The Porsche may be a little bit more
publicly
popular than the BMW, but we may not have seen it
best is to go on the
they come in with a 4-team lineup this year
on the stream,
BMW
on their
backed,
official stream, and type in an exclamation mark, live timing or so, then you'll get the link
straight off the bat. And if that's what they do at the first round, then what do they do when we get to the 24-hour race?
There you go. I mean, that's exactly right. You know, is it that Monza suits the car? Has it got a bit too little aero? Is it just it's got a better top speed? as in the real world, so in the sim world, you know, it reflects what the real car is like, and some tracks will suit some cars better than other. And that's exactly what we want. We don't want the same car being best everywhere. You know, if you've got a car that is 95% there everywhere, then oh boy, that's the golden ticket, because then the team can make the difference. And it's the age-old adage: if you've got a car that can win, you must win. If you haven't got a car that can win, you must get the best out of it. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now from both Porsche and from BMW. Hard to tell now. You know, we've got 40 minutes to go. A Porsche going to win? A BMW going to win? I don't know. I'm not putting any money on either, because it could easily be either. It's unlikely to be the Corvette. It's unlikely to be the Ferrari. It's unlikely to be the Aston Martin for various other reasons. But definitely between the Porsche fleet and the BMWs, too close to call.
Yeah, and there's just a few things happen here and there in the race that meant that we have a gap as big as it is. Otherwise, it would have been hugely closer than that. You know, it all kicked off at the start, didn't it? And we had one of the teams getting a bit of a break, and you know, lots of events have happened between now and then. But you know, if not for that, it's been a very closely run race. You know, if you look at the lap times, and you know, without any incidents, it's hard to separate them.
Now, GTE pit stops look like they are just about to start. Dane Warren in from what was third place in a Proton competition car. He did get by Terzic in the BS competition car. Looking at the battle here between the predominantly white Axel sports car and the R8G machine. Now, of course, car number 8 qualified a long way up, but if it wasn't for bad luck, they wouldn't have had much luck at all in this race, would they, so far, car number 8. So that R8G car is struggling. The Axel Sport car, Alif has just gone by, and now the R8G car back down the inside.
Hey Michael, race is going good.
And does. But again, you know, good battle. However, they'd be hoping to be challenging for victory, or certainly for the podium. It just hasn't happened for them here. And that too, in the real world and the virtual world, is the same. Luck is not always with you. As they always say, Le Mans chooses who wins. Yeah, you can come with the best in everything, and sometimes even that's not enough. You just need the luck on your side.
Yeah,
and that's the same here.
You forget they started on pole position, didn't they? And, you know, you look at WRT, they're stationary in the pit lane. Someone goes into the back of them. They have to drive the whole
Whoa, 34 on second stint.
Yeah,
good job, keep pushing.
Choose to do so. You know, and if someone's going to block you in the pit lane, you know, we had Gordy Much. Of course, he had that spin, stationary, and unsighted cars behind went straight into the side of them. So that's kind of what's caused this for R8G. It's been a real tough ride for them, but you know, that's just racing sometimes. I think the good thing about the point system is 25 points for a win means you can get back into the championship quite quickly. If you have 2 wins, you get up to 50 points, you're well back in contention.
And of course, when we get longer races, there are more points. And when you get to the 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual, then suddenly that's double points as well. So, as in the real world, the specific gravity.
Does someone know whether that's number 22 GPX Rebellion Esport is on soft or medium tires by chance?
In 4 races, then let's face it, you know, all of your rivals score nothing. That's the only way that's going to happen. We won't know until the checkered flag falls at the end of the 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual who has won the Le Mans Virtual Series. So it will be in all ways the grandstand finale to end the season. Looking here at our race leader, Danny Juncadella, and he took over. He's the 3rd driver in that car, and at the moment, well, he's got a handy advantage getting on for 20 seconds. But
oh, GTs!
Are the cars behind pushing?
Instead of going normal line, he's just moving out of the way and just making it worse.
You can't fuel save to that extent. So when you are in the lead, when you've ended up in the lead, you have to then go hell for leather and take the medicine at the end by having maybe a slightly longer pit stop than the others, and hope that in the intervening time you build up enough of a lead. When you are further back, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, there might be.
So I can do 4 laps after this one.
97 or 8% of the pace and somehow eke out another lap. Like
what is your lap count right now?
Stint. If you can do that,
123.3.
then you could save.
So
if you look back,
128 is when you box again, right?
Seconds, if you can save that in a pit stop,
it's gonna be 147 laps. That means 19 laps to go.
part of what's going on in the closing stages of the race then.
Perhaps, 18 seconds.
We're going to give you a margin of
sound strange. It's not a
1
huge
lap
amount
though,
in a
so
race
38.
like
Take
this,
38.
Because, as you said, if you can save 5-6 seconds, then the gap becomes 12, maybe even 10 with a good stop. Then all of a sudden, it's in your sights.
That's not the right amount.
That extra incentive to take more risks.
What?
Like,
more risks through
why
traffic,
38?
and that tends
Sorry,
to-
68.
68.
Now,
Yeah.
the flip
sorry.
side of that is when you are the leader, they've got to risk more to catch you.
Precisely.
In theory. However, when you are pushing hard to build up enough of a lead to absorb that extra time taking fuel, does that then mean that you also can't do 2 and a bit stints on your tyres, and you are going to be forced to do an extra tyre stop, maybe a stint and a half out, or maybe at the final, or are you then going to come out, no, we can't take tyres, they're going to be right down our throats, you come out with maybe a 10-second or 12-second lead, but no tyres at all. And so again, until the checkered flag, until the fat lady sings, and how appropriate in Italy, till the fat lady sings, you really don't know, until the curtain comes down at the end of the final act. I mean, good Lord, Toyota at Le Mans and now WRT at Le Mans have taught us nothing if they haven't taught us that it's not over until after the checkered flag.
Yeah, anything can happen. We saw one of the cars went bang earlier, didn't we, as
Yeah.
well? So, just like it would have done, that an engine problem.
Well, and
can
again,
occur.
which car was it?
Oh, yeah.
And who was driving it?
was
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
If his 2021 is going to be memorable for anything, there are so... Ooh,
dear.
Joao Paulo de Oliveira hopping over the curbs in a D-Station Aston. Yeah. 2 championship wins, Asian Le Mans Series champion, European Le Mans Series champion, but car went bang on the last lap of the real Le Mans 24 hours, and here cars, not on the last lap.
It was coming through Curva Grande, wasn't it? It was a good while ago now, a good hour or so ago now.
And so was that... Okay, so here's the deal with the LMP2 cars. They're all using the Oreca 07. They've all got the same tyre choices. They've all got the same engine. So you don't get a quicker car. You don't get better aero because the low drag package is the low drag package. You don't get a more powerful engine. You can play with tyre choice or pressure, and that's infinitesimal. But if you're 3Ks down on the straight, you're 3Ks down on the straight, and it's not because your engine's underpowered or because you've got the wrong aero. And so then the teams go away and they play with blanking. They blank the brake dusts. Here's a replay of Joao Paulo de Oliveira down inside the Wolves car.
Wow.
Well, he got a helping hand around there, didn't he? Okay, I don't think he was being over-ambitious. I think the Wolves car really quite wasn't being as aware as he might have been. So Wolves car is right behind him on the road again now, but yeah, that might be a little bit of a penalty perhaps coming to the Wolves car. And again, if it weren't for bad luck, they've had a pretty rum race. But going back to the WRT car, had they just blanked off a little too much in terms of pace, and then when you're in traffic, the temperatures rise anyway, or did he miss a shift? All things are possible, even on, electronic paddle shift boxes. Did he miss a shift? Did he go down instead of up? Did he go down 2 instead of 1 somewhere?
And he took a huge whack in the pits, didn't he? Did it?
Well, that's the other thing.
Did that set off a problem? Which they were trying to drive through.
Yep.
Which then later, they knew if this goes wrong, then we're out. But we might as well give it a go.
Is Yearning catching
And again,
P2?
going back to the real Le Mans in August, the 41 car
Negative.
stopped on the last lap. The 31 car barely made it around at all.
Exactly.
Their air jacks had failed. They were having to put a bag underneath and pump it up to lift the car up, and because that took so long, only changing 1 set of tyres, either rears or fronts, and they had a mechanical problem with the engine as well, so it was down on power. It was losing about 2 or 3 seconds a lap every lap. So yeah, it basically did what racing cars are designed to do, which fell apart at the line. Yeah, hopefully not before, but but at the line. So yeah, so that was very close as well. And racing is like that. You are on the absolute limit of what you think is survivable in the real world and in the virtual world. And if you're not, then you may as well just drive around in top gear, and because you're not going to be on the pace. And it's the same deal where whatever you're racing.
Danny Juncadella is in. He's just come in for his stop. So that's going to be the 6th and final stop now for Juncadella. Now, how long? Now it's down to Yuri Toman here and Jone Simoncic to really get their foot down now and try and close that gap. It was 18 seconds, and I wouldn't be surprised now if we start to see some green sectors coming in, at the very least from the likes of Toman and Simoncic, because this is their chance while Juncadella comes into the pits to try and close this gap down.
And what about the 444 car? That's only 6 seconds further back as well. So what about Mrocek? You know, do both the Baikolles cars have a chance of fighting for the podium? I mean, they should.
It's all closed up very quickly, isn't it, between those top 5?
Well, racing's like that, isn't it? You know, good racing, you know, everybody starts together, then they all sort of stretch out, and hopefully in the end all their strategies work, that they're all side by side at the line. You know, that's not always the way it works, but it does have a habit of doing that, you know, in close racing like this. David Mrocek, here he is, 444
68,
at the
right?
moment in third place.
68, yeah.
I'm pitting this lap.
Is it lap 128?
Yeah, 127.2, so yeah.
Simoncic in second. So right now, the Baikolles Burst team, with both their cars, both their Wasp Eradicator cars, are and by the way, for their graphics designer, thank you very much. They stand out very nicely. That is a TV-friendly graphic for idiots like me. It makes it very easy to spot. And you know, but for the fans as well. If the fans can't see it from trackside, you're losing your audience, and if fans can't see it on camera, you're losing your audience. So yeah, you know, they do definitely have a shot. And GPX Rebellion, yeah, there's maybe still the top 6 cars could end up on the podium here. I mean, look at the battle, 4th to 5th, half a second in it.
Now, the gap between Juncadella and Toman is 40 seconds. So, we know, looking at the LMP2, just for a fuel stop, it's about 50. So it's coming down.
Yeah.
It's definitely coming down. 50 to 55. They're going to go in and, at the least they can, to make that pit stop as quick as possible to get some fuel in the car and then go straight back out. We're in.
We are it. That wasn't in that. And that's a really bad place, unfortunately, right in the middle of the Parabolica there to catch that GTE car. But, you know, the damage was limited because at least he wasn't then coming all the way down the straight. He was coming into the pit.
Okay, I'm in the pits.
With the second place car, aren't we?
Yeah, so that was...
a bit of a shame. I see that first 10 or 15 laps I was... I don't know. I couldn't find the rhythm, so I was slow.
Yeah, never mind. We have a 25-second gap to the car behind. P4 is secured. Just about bringing it home.
It's now 41.6 seconds. It's going up. That's like almost 2 seconds within the time Juncadella's come in and out. The gap's going up. So we're looking at 50 seconds. If they can get it to 50, then they look potentially on track to come out, if not in front or side by side, within striking distance.
So is this Toman's in lap, do we think? And what about Simoncic? Is this his in lap as well? Because Juncadella is now ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski, he's ahead of David Mrocek, he's ahead of all the stoppers, but the 2 cars that are running first and second owe us a stop. Are they coming in this lap? Have they somehow got into the top 3? Do they have another lap in hand?
Well, there was one point in that stint where they were driving, for their standards, at a relatively easy pace. And the gap was going up and up and up to Juncadella.
They've gone by again.
And they've gone by
That's
for
a
one
second
more.
lap they've done ahead of Juncadella. And that is 2 laps of fuel that you don't have to take on.
Exactly.
And that is time you're not stopping stationary. So now, his 37-second margin to third place, it's not parallel because their stop will be shorter than his. So actually his gap is bigger than it appears, not tighter. So they will be stopped for less time. So although the 37 seconds will come down, they'll spend less time stationary than he did. So that eats into what was initially his advantage. So if his initial advantage was 20-odd seconds, and they save 2 laps of fuel, that's getting on for half of that advantage.
Yeah. You know, it's 41.5. I'd say this is surely now they're in lap. I couldn't see them going one more lap.
If they have, then they do get the Golden Slipper Award for, for miserly fuel consumption.
So Yuri Toman, who we see here now making his way out of Ascari, I'd say this is now going to be a full dash to the pit lane. And when he comes out, as you said, I think that gap could be at about half of what it once was. It depends. If that pit stop is at 50 seconds, then of course, then it will be at about half of what it was. And that is what we will be expecting. But it could be up to a 55-second stop.
He's going by again.
Wow.
Now, that can't be surely just because the GR Wolves car was on his right as he came past the pit lane. So this is now a third lap longer than Danny Juncadella. That's impressive. And he's not alone. The number 4 car has gone by the pits as well.
Yeah, he's circulating quicker than Juncadella as well. That might not be a surprise to some, but he is lapping quicker.
Wow, that is, I mean, this could be the turning point of the race. Again, 26 minutes to go. This is calling it too early. But I'm sure there's an awful lot of GPX Rebellion fans getting very excited, and by Collis fans as well. So Danny Juncadella for Real Team Hydrogen Redline.
He's just on a 31.8 through the first sector as well, which is very, very
cool. I should have taken softs, I think, because I have still 60%.
See what Juncadella does now through his first sector. He's just come across the line one more time.
Maybe you can try pushing them though.
But it's getting very, very quick now, the pace for Yuri Toman.
Well, Lewis thinking that Juncadella was coming in a lap or so, or maybe a couple of laps earlier, because that is a legacy of their earlier race. However, it doesn't alter the fact that the guys that he is chasing will spend less time stationary. And in the end, if you look at who wins in Le Mans, it is the car with the least time in the pits. Because it makes sense. If you're doing 230 miles an hour, you're going further than a car that's doing 0 miles an hour. Into the pit lane comes Yuri Tomin, the race leader. And Simoncic has to follow him. They can't keep going on nothing eventually. So the chase is on there. And this lap, the in-lap and the out-lap for those two cars is going to be so critical. And of course, on their out-lap, they're going to have, 10, 12 kilos less of fuel on board.
That was close.
Wow. Yeah.
Killed him.
That Porsche got very big in the windscreen very, very quickly.
Well, he didn't dare lift there, did he? Coming onto the back straight, he really didn't dare lift. This is critical now for Danny Juncadella. They are both still in the pit lane. What we need is the long shot at the pit exit. And in comes the number 1.
Wisniewski box.
So across the line comes Juncadella, and he may well retake the lead. But here they come. Look, they're coming out of the pit lane.
Yes.
So what's the margin? That is going to be about 10 seconds, maybe 12. So suddenly, that's how close they are. And there is the Bicolis car coming out. Is that going to be in third place? Yes, it is, because the car that was closest, Nikodem Wisniewski, has stopped as well.
Right.
Liena is gaining like 7 seconds each time.
Less than 10 seconds. Okay.
After the pit stop.
Yuri Toman is pretty much half that gap now. It's
all the undercuts.
Now he has 23 minutes, and you know he's going to be going for
always better to overcut. We need to.
Well, that is a monster.
We need to do that in the last race, no matter what.
9 seconds
if you will go longer.
And Juncadella will know the odds as well. So now every chance in traffic has to be taken.
Well, it's worth reminding that Juncadella is the pro driver in this, and he effectively should be slower than Yuri Toman, who is, of course, a hugely experienced esports driver, as is Jene Simoncic. So already the gap's coming down under 9 seconds. As you said, it's got to be a monster chase to close down. We're talking almost a second a lap or something like that.
So what are we looking at? We're looking at over 1.5 minutes a lap, and it's 23 minutes, which is 8 laps. So they've got to catch a second a lap. But, in the words of somebody much more knowledgeable than me, catching is one thing, passing is entirely different. And we've seen here, you can hold somebody off for lap after lap after lap. But if you've got somebody right behind you like this, like the real team car, that actually helps you go a little quicker, because 2 cars together will go faster. However, the real issue there is, if Toman is going to try and catch the leader, but he's being passed by the real team car, why is he not going quicker? Why is Yuri Toman in that white and blue number 22 car not going quicker? How come the real team car has just gone by him?
I think he's got. I think has he got the mediums on? He's gone. Let's have a look. at what tyres he's possibly running as Redline come back out onto the circuit, having been through the pit lane. That's the lead car was the lead car in the GTE. Now retaking that lead is going to be Mac Backham for the Porsche team. So they are on track.
Benito pitted from the lead, in fact, with BMW team Redline. So 91, 71, 71.55. So somewhere in that at the moment. The 91 factory Porsche, the Porsche eSport team, they have the lead. BMW's second and third. Then Charlie Collins for Proton, the 88 car from Proton Competition, in fourth place. And he has just set another quick lap in that Proton car. So now the top three, now they've all made 4 stops. 5 for Proton. Why was that? They had an extra one for penalty, didn't they?
Yes.
14 to go from here.
So, and you know, and that's where.
Okay, I will put volume on then.
Is a big deal.
Remember you have to take in lap.
Another stop, and they've spent another 30 odd seconds in the pit lane.
You have enough
If you
margin.
gave them 30 seconds now, they'd suddenly be on the podium.
So 4 stops each, and the gap is 2.2 seconds.
That's mighty impressive, isn't it? Yeah.
Wow.
Well, when the BMW is up to speed, that may settle down into a slightly larger gap. As it is, though, Danny Juncadella leading by 9.5, so that margin has come out. So Juncadella for Real Team Hydrogen Redline has just crept away a little bit from Yuri Toman and Ernie Simoncic in third place. So Juncadella is being brutal in traffic. I mean, he's not touching anybody, not clipping anybody, but oh boy, there are no prisoners being taken in the last 20 minutes of this race. And that's, another part of the race driver's ability is just to side through traffic like it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and he's not going to get nervous or things like that in a situation like that. He's dealt with these situations on track plenty of times before, and that's helped him take some pretty big wins in his career as well. So he knows what it's like to be in this situation, and he knows how to deal with it as well. One thing that was interesting, though, that came out of the 24-hour last year as well was how a lot of the drivers actually said they were more nervous doing esports in a big race like the 24-hour than they were when they were actually in a car. So that was something really interesting I found from a lot of the drivers that came, because you're not in the car physically moving at 100 miles an hour.
You're a little bit of fish out of water. You're in something that you're familiar with, but you're not intimate with, and that's the big difference. So there's Danny in his rig, and actually it's been really interesting looking at some of the rigs. Some of the drivers have got a purpose-built room, and particularly the pro sim racers. A lot of them are in pro sim facilities. Those who are racing from their own place have got their purpose-built room, their sim room. But a lot of the drivers, when they're in their pro career, when they're in a sim, it'll be at a factory or at the team base or whatever. So their own sim rig is much more like what a lot of the viewers will have at home. Okay, maybe they've got a newer spec PC, maybe they've got a slightly better spec wheel and everything. But some of them, you look at that and you go, actually, that's very close to what a lot of people will have at home, and I'm sure a lot of the fans are kind of looking at the drivers' pictures and going, oh, okay, that's quite interesting. Oh, he's done that. Oh, I've got that one, and he said, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And there's, which you don't get when you're watching a real LMP2 car. Nobody watching World Endurance Championship goes, oh, I might just do that to my P2 car when I'm out in the garage later, because that's how accessible the virtual world is.
Well, a factory esports driver, which and they do exist, that they have to be on their rigs pretty much every day. But Danny Juncadella doesn't really have the time, I don't think, to be on it every day, because he's racing. He's got his own factory kind of commitments, hasn't he?
Certain times of the year, absolutely he does, but not to the extent that a pro racer does.
Exactly.
On board
guys, 18 to go.
Right in front. It's another all Porsche battle, and these teams, Proton Competition and Team Project.
Hell,
again,
I cannot do
head-to-head,
anything
toe-to-toe
about the
in
picture
real
that you
world
see.
in
It's the
World
official
Endurance
stream.
Championship, just as they do
I'm
here.
just
He's
watching
got
the same.
run, and he goes down the inside up to the Retifilio. And again, the driver in front, the Team Project 1 driver, you can move across, but he's coming up behind you. He's got the slipstream. It's a bit like coming out of Eau Rouge. When you see them coming up with the toe, there's nothing you can do.
No.
They are going to go by you. It's just kind of changes the laws of physics, Jim.
It's just damage limitation at that point, isn't it? It's better to just let them go and tuck in behind and get in the slipstream rather than go fully defensive to the white line and make a big battle which could end in tears. Just let them go. Now look, you see on board with the Project 1 car as before that mistake.
Incident between 966 and 89 under investigation. Incident between 966 and 89 under investigation. Incident between 966 and 89 under investigation.
So, did Fiducci hit the BMW? I'm guessing.
Yes.
It's unlikely that that the BMW ran into the back of the P2 car, but it is possible if Fiducci just leapt in front of him under braking. But it's more likely to be in the other way. Car number 8 in the pit lane, late stop for them, 16 minutes on the clock. So yeah, it's been quite a long race for the R8G crew in car number 8. But the lead, Danny Juncadella, still holding them off, isn't he? Still 9 seconds. So yeah, the challenge has sort of withered a little. Toman getting no closer, and in fact, Jenny Simoncic is dropping away now, because he was only 3 or 4 seconds behind, and that car is just dropping away a little bit. And maybe now they're kind of in preservation mode. Top 3, 25, 18, 15 points coming their way. Yeah,
it's a solid start.
It's better than 12 for 4th. You don't want to make a mistake and let your teammates come through and steal those.
Thank you, Nick.
Points over,
Yep, P4.
You lose 3, they gain 3.
It's a bit of mixed feeling, like it should probably be P3 or, well, if you look at the gaps, I think P4 is, we can be happy with that, but
the 8 hours
could have been a bit better.
Because there are bigger points up for grabs there. So, I'm sure that's what they will say. Oh, it was the 4 hours of Monza. There's more points up for grabs when we go to the likes of the Nordschleifer. So
well, but you go to every race trying to win, and when you can, you've got to win, and when you can't, then you've got to maximise what you can take out of it. And for the R8G car, and here for the Fordzilla car, you absolutely 8th is better than 9th, 9th is better than 10th. Yeah. Outside the top 10, you score starters points, so you get half a point for being here. So it's not nothing, but you're a racer. If there's a car in front, you want to be in front of him. Yeah, that's just all there is to it.
How many laps?
When you've had a tough race, last stint, you just want to.
I think 10 to go. Yeah, it's 147. It's gonna be.
Well, because when you go to the next round, you go, well, we beat those guys, so we're expecting to beat them again. It's you establish yourself higher up the order, and all this, you gain more and more respect on track by doing that. There's a lot of respect between all the teams, but you gain, that respect of being one of the lead runners. That increases the more you go up.
And also, the next time you're in against that driver, then you go, okay, I can handle
Get out the way, please.
I can handle him. No, I know I've got a handle on him. That's fine. He's chasing me. That's okay. I know I've got him. Yeah, even if your car isn't quite as strong there as his, in your head still, I can beat him. Yeah. So, it's like when Usain Bolt's on the start line, nobody's looking at anybody else. They're all looking across at Usain Bolt because they're all going, okay, that's Usain Bolt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like school sports day. When you turn up to school sports day and Linford Christie's one of the dads, the dad's races has a whole different kind of feeling to it. Inside the final quarter of an hour then, let's try and return to the actual racing. Danny Juncadella still 9 seconds and change ahead of Yuri Toman and Yerny Simoncic. And in the GTE class, it is still the Porsche eSports team.
This is the Fiducci incident.
Yeah, unfortunately that's really tough luck on the poor GT car, doing absolutely nothing wrong. And we've seen a few sort of passing glances like that, and that will probably end up in a time penalty here at the end of the race, I think, for Fiducci.
Yeah, an error of judgment there, wasn't it? It was nothing malicious. It was just thought he had a little bit more room, or thought he was going to get past a little bit more quicker than he did. Yeah,
absolutely right. So in the GTE class, Mac Backham leading for the Porsche eSports team, 91 out front, and then BMW's hogging the other podium spots. Enzo Benito in the 71 team Redline BMW, and 55 in third place. That's the BMW Team GB car, and Trogan at the wheel, doing the final stint and heading for the podium. So yeah, BMW's definitely turning in a very strong race performance here.
It's been a very good start for them.
Yeah.
Very, very good start.
So
They will take a lot of confidence from this as a first race in Le Mans virtual terms to move on and progress throughout the season.
Sami Trogan just enough, probably ahead of Charlie Collins.
Grande Lexar. I think you can print it with P3 and P4.
Again, such a familiar view here of Monza, the Parabolica. Outside that fence, by the way, is the old banking, because we're used to going under the banking as we come down towards the sky, but the old banking runs around the outside there, and then you'd come off the banking, down the straight here, you'd go past the first chicane and all the way through, and then you'd come around and come onto the shorter circuit. The whole circuit is a 10-kilometre circuit that involves a full lap of the banking and a full lap of the modern Grand Prix circuit. So it's
pretty frightening,
as they
isn't it?
used to run it in the old days with sort of, you know, some tin cans down between the two lanes. Literally. So yeah, I think you had to be fairly aware. But the circuit naturally led you from one to the other, so that it wasn't, you know, like racing in the wrong direction.
No.
BMW making just a little mistake. Lots and lots of tired tyres going into the Rogier. There are lots of cars running out very wide, aren't there, and kicking up the dust.
Just trying to make it home now.
And of course, as in the real world, when you run out wide over the gravel and all the stuff, you pick up all the muck, and your tyres are then a bit mucky for the next half a lap until they clean up a little bit, and so you're down on grip. So you need to know about that, because when you get to Lesmo, suddenly, the back steps out a bit more than you're used to, and you're off in the gravel there again. And you know, that just reflects the real world so well too.
Yeah, it does do that. You know, you have that simulation of
so guys, as we have just 10 minutes to go, we will have more streaming, I'd say tomorrow, as we need to prepare for Monza. So the Formula Pro race at Monza this Monday evening will mark the series final. And yeah, we will be live with that 19:30. That stream is already scheduled, and if you don't want to miss it, please guys follow up on Twitch, subscribe to the YouTube channel, make this community grow, and get us up there for more streaming, for more racing, for more sim racing on rFactor 2 actually, as yeah, the Formula Pro season so quickly does it end, you know, 6 races already done. But I'm not going to mourn. This is all great.
Looking to take third from the Finn, Sami Trogan right ahead of us. And this is getting closer, and he is now, well, I was going to say within touching distance, actually within shunting distance to the back of the BMW under braking. So we saw this in the first stint. We saw it in the second stint. The BMW picks up its tyres well very early on, and then gradually in the last sort of 10 or 15 minutes, certainly the first stint, was really losing. And I think at the moment the Proton competition car's got my money to make it onto the podium, because 3 or 4 more laps of this, I'm not sure Sami Trogan's BMW is going to have
incident between car 966 and 89. Incident between car 966 and 89 will be looked at after the race. 966 and 89 will be looked at after the race.
Yeah, so he'll end up with a time penalty added, 966. So Fiducci currently running 13th out of 16. Who's 30 seconds back? Well, 15th out of 16 is. So he may end up close to the Jota Sport car. Meanwhile, Sami Trogan looking back at Charlie Collins. This is the final podium spot up for grabs. 8 minutes, so 3 more laps after this. They might end up having to go on to a 4th one, depending where they are compared to the leader. You don't automatically, if they're just ahead of the leader as time runs out, they'll go on to another lap and the leader will take the checkered flag. But right now, Sami look at that, brakes turning into the Parabolica. He was just, yeah, opening himself up. Charlie Collins there with a cleaner run. Here he comes, he's in the tow. Needed to pull out and follow the P2 car around the outside. but he knows that the BMW is in trouble slowing down, and that means that when you're on the outside, you are in danger, because the BMW may not make the turn.
Yeah, Sami Matti Trojan knows he has to stay on the inside. Almost contact there. Good room given actually by Sami Matti Trojan there. Was aware of the Porsche of Charlie Collins, and Collins is going to have to try again. Very good defensive driving from Trojan, but he's going to have to do this for another
there.
7 minutes.
Collins has got him. He's leaving him offline there into Curva Grande. And that means the BMW will be offline on the dirtier part of the track. The Porsche goes outside, inside, makes it over the curbs, eases the BMW into the gravel.
Pushes him wide, though.
The Rocket Sport car. That would not have been clever. Again, picks up a position through contact. Not sure and that's really important, because that is potentially the final podium spot for the Proton competition car. You have to wait and see what the stewards think of that after the race. I'm not sure necessarily. I don't know.
He took a lot of curb.
He took a lot of curb. He wasn't cleanly in front turning into the Roggia, and the car outside him ended up in the gravel. So we'll see. Mac Backham leads, Enzo Benito in second, and whatever else happens, Charlie Collins is not going to catch the Team Redline BMW. It seems unlikely that he will catch the race leader either. However, we'll wait and see what happens with Proton and with BMW Team GB. If I was the BMW Team GB manager by now, I would have already melted Discord to the race director, Eduardo Freitas.
Yeah, Yannick, I don't know, like, I haven't seen any replay from a better angle. Either way, the Porsche is OP at
here in the studio.
Le Mans.
At Motorsport Games HQ, so the two of them, like everybody else, working remotely and together. And
that is a nice view, isn't it?
Sitting in the same room, working together in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual last year, so they know each other's way of working. They know the system inside out and the rules inside out. So the fact that they are not necessarily within literal.
Oh, Papa Jerne is close to Thoman, just 2 seconds. What the hell?
For Race Clutch Alpine number 16, Nick Barkley in the pits. So hopefully that's not a major drama for them, but they are the last running car in LMP2 anyway.
Traffic, I guess.
Just been a quick splash and dash, maybe just got the strategy.
Papa Jerne is on it, come on, push.
Jerne Simoncic, and Jerne Simoncic is closing Yuri Toman down a little bit here. That gap was a little bit more.
It was.
I remember before we went to that GT battle. So this could be our battle now. I think Jerne Simoncic has stayed patient, and now he's decided, you know what, it's worth having a go, isn't it? I've got the fuel to push all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Let's give this a go now. Let's go for second place.
And has it come to him? Is it that Yuri Toman is dropping pace? Not really, because Danny Juncadella is only 9.5 seconds in front, and he was always 9 point something. I think what's happening here is Jerne Simoncic has just really worn down Yuri Toman, and he's just closing and closing and closing. So that number 4 by Colles car is quicker right now than the car that's in second place. And again, it will give them second place in the championship going away from here, second place in the race, but also extra points may make a huge difference at the end of the year. Never give up a point. Never ever surrender the opportunity to take a point. And there you are, the BMW right in the way of Yuri Toman, just as he wants to carry the speed into the Parabolica. It's out of the way for the chasing Jerne Simoncic. That's 2 or 3 tenths right there, just that one tiny moment in traffic.
Well, Yuri Toman got the toe from the BMW, but then it got in the way, so it almost looked like it was going to help him, and then it had the complete reverse effect, and now we are just 1 second behind Yuri Toman. We are on board with Jerne Simoncic, and that was a little bit scrappy through the first chicane as well from Yuri Toman by his incredibly high standards, so he's definitely feeling.
Come on, Jerne, push.
As calm as anything there, you can see Jerne Simoncic, and all of a sudden things become very, very easy when you're the one getting closer and closer. The tyres feel like they've got another hour of life in them.
Well, exactly. Look at his hands. Take your eyes away from the skiing. Watch his hands. Is he fighting the steering? No, not a bit. So the car is really good underneath it, and that's the big difference probably between the two. Maybe if we looked at Yuri Toman, he's having to get it to turn in, he's fighting a bit of snap oversteer or whatever. But certainly Jerne Simoncic looks like he's really got a car under him, as you say, that's got tyres good enough for another hour. So whatever else is going on, the gap continues to come down.
Well, he was delayed there in the Lesmos. But look at this. You got a BMW here, and we got the red line car here as well.
Yeah. Neither of them will hold them up coming out onto the straight. It's whether they catch the BMW
Two
before
to go after this.
or
Two to
pass
go.
the BMW rather before they get to braking at the Rettifilio. If they don't, if the BMW is parked in the Rettifilio, then Toman, he is going to get by, isn't he? But actually, Yuri Simoncic is going to catch him just at the wrong place. The BMW, I think, is going to have to brake and turn in. Yerne is, yeah, just at the wrong place. Curses, 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. That's not the place to catch a GTE car, and that, I'm afraid, has taken a second out of him. That gap will go out from probably 1.2 at the next split to more like 2 seconds, and that might have been his chance of a podium, of a second place on the podium, wiped out.
Yeah, that's how easy it is in endurance racing, isn't it, for something to swing back in the
Jonathan,
other
can
favour,
you
really
mute the
pushing it
microphone?
through the chicanes, taking a lot of curb, and he's
Sorry.
comfortable in that car, despite the fact that we only have 1 minute and 8 seconds on the clock. This is impressive driving, but what we would expect from someone of Jerne Simoncic's quality.
Again, don't forget where the leader is. If the leader comes across the line with a second to go, then there's another lap. And if these guys come across the line inches in front of the checkered flag, then they'll have another lap as well. So Jerne Simoncic, again, until you see the flag, never give up. That gap still remains at only a second. So although he lost time behind the BMW, he was still catching. Now here is more traffic, and this is going to break better for Simoncic.
Leader on the last lap. Leader on the last lap.
Again, going into the Parabolica.
Leader on the last lap. Leader on the last lap.
Okay, so the leader's on the last lap of the race. We have 20-odd seconds to go on the clock. So they are behind the leader. So this will be the last lap for them as well. Gap's down to 7/10. He is in shooting distance. Traffic might decide this for Yuri Toman in the white car and Jerne Simoncic in the yellow and black car. Again, too close to call. He closed by 3,600s, 3,700s.
I agree, Yannick. So much agree. But they could be even more fancy, you know.
Is there help in front? What about the Porsche? They're going to catch the Porsche. Are they?
Just through.
Yeah, well, he's just through. Yuri Toman again gets the break. What about Simoncic? Where's the Porsche when he wants to get on the gas and come out? It's right in the way on the racing line. So that means Simoncic is offline into Lesmo 1. That means he's slower, he's wider out, he's offline on the exit. That means he's slower into Lesmo 2, so the gap has gone back out again. But Ascari, what's in front? I mean, he's desperate. You know, I can't believe he's so calm. You know, you and I would be bouncing and us going, come on, hold him up, get in his way.
Martin is so right.
That's why we're rank amateurs. First big slide there through Ascari from Jerne Simoncic. Meanwhile, here is Dani Juncadella. What a fantastic end to the race for Real Team Hydrogen Redline. They looked a little bit down and out early.
Checkered flag on the leader, checkered flag on the leader.
Checkered flag is out.
Checkered flag on the leader, checkered flag on the leader.
Victory for Dani Juncadella there in the inset, and for Real Team here in the 4 hours of Monza Virtual, and the race for second place. Where is our GTE leader? This is going to be our GTE winner, Mac Backham, in the 92 Porsche.
Very good job, David. Before this, before.
Car 70,
good job, mate. Really good job on that.
Car 66. Car 70, do not overtake car 66.
Thanks, guys. I'm a bit disappointed because I think when I joined we were P3, P2, before it is now.
Anyway, you need to drive back to the pits. Car 66 is not to be overtaken. We're not expecting any overtakings on the slowdown lap. We're not expecting any overtakings to be done on the slowdown lap.
Oh, just be quiet, man.
The pits thing was stupid because I should have done the 22 as planned. Then we wouldn't have been in that situation.
Yeah,
we
but the
felt
gap is
we.
the gap is bigger than the 5 seconds that you've lost, so we would have been P4 either way.
But for me, it wasn't just the 5 seconds; it was the track position,
Yeah.
and we only needed to fill 63, and they filled 75. So we lost even that. You know what we would have gained by the 12 liters of fuel. I mean, yeah, okay, maybe we don't finish P3, but anyway, still a good race.
Yeah, I'm happy too. I mean, I didn't expect to be P4, let's say 2 days ago.
Yeah, well done, guys. Really good job, everyone.
Yeah,
in the
good
end,
job.
both of those chases for podium spots.
You did really well, Jonathan, as well, I think.
Thank you.
Like, I have some bad memories from cooperation with real-life drivers in the past, but like this time was amazing, I think.
Yeah, hopefully I can also improve a bit for whatever the following races.
For Yuri Toman, you know, Jerne Simoncic through every
Yep, we've done perfectly right, to be honest. We'll surely do a debrief and see. I'll be right back, quickly shutting down the stream. So guys, that's taken it for the first race, the 4 hours of Le Mans here in the Le Mans Virtual Series. We got home in 3rd and 4th, and yeah, to be honest, starting 2nd and 3rd and coming 3rd and 4th is obviously going a bit backwards, but at the same time, you know, we can be proud. Free of big issues, we didn't bottle it. We got our first race in, we got decent points for the team in both cars, and literally that is everything that it was all about today. Like, get into a good rhythm with a season opener. Effectively being in the top 5 is really great, especially since the LMP2s are 21 cars. So that is something to build up from, that is something to get away with for sure. It's going to be the 6 hours of Spa on the 13th of October. On Monday, you guys will experience the Formula Pro finals around Monza. I hope you guys will be around. I hope you guys will join us on Monday. For today, for tomorrow, we will have another race coming up. No, not race, but we will have another stream, and that will be testing the Formula Pro car around Monza. Matti Dambrina, thank you so much for your follow on Twitch, and I advise everyone that enjoys the sim racing stuff without us here on rFactor 2 to follow up on Twitch, subscribe to the YouTube channel to make that community grow, to join us for more sim racing on rFactor 2. Guys, have a nice weekend all together, have a nice Saturday evening, and see you tomorrow and see you on Monday. See you, bye bye. Okay, I'm back.